Good evening and welcome to the Week 7 finals here at the MODUS Super Series. And what a night we have got in store for you, and what an opportunity for one of 6 players to pick up £5,000 and a place at Champions Week. We are over halfway towards finalising the field now for Champions Week at the end of October, and it is a big night ahead of us. And we can't have a big night without Phil Bars being in the building. Phil, great to have your company as ever, and what a week we enjoyed.
Yeah, evening Henry. Yeah, look, I can't wait for tonight. It's been a blistering week of darts. We've had twists, we've had turns, and I think tonight will be exactly the same. I look at all 6 tonight, and I find it really hard to pick a winner because I can make a case for all of them.
Well, let's have a look and see what we've seen so far this week and break down everything that's happened over the last 5 days. We'll begin with Group A. That was our focus and centre of attention on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday respectively. And it was Andreas Harrison that went on to pick up the title, the standout player in Group A, and perhaps playing some of the best darts we've seen from him here at the Super Series.
Yeah, it was. And it was his consistency on the outer ring which really impressed. I think he was running at 45% on his doubles across the 3 days, which is exceptional finishing. And that's what got him through. His scoring was good. I wouldn't say it was the best in Group A, but when it mattered, it was the clutch finishing, the one dart here, the one dart there. To only lose 3 games out of 15 is some going and a worthy winner.
Well, talking about clutch finishing, have a look at this 164 to beat his Scandinavian counterpart, Cord Decker. And it was moments like this that just stemmed the tide in his favour.
Yeah, look, he was in some sticky situations, 2-alls and 3-alls, but he found a way to win those games and pick up those points. And that's the sign of the player, because it's managing that situation on the oche, because you can easily let those key moments run away from you. But every big moment Andreas Harrison took.
When you're in a position like Andreas, where he's done well, he's been successful on that Nordic and Baltic tour, how much can you take that confidence into an event like this?
Yeah, absolutely. Because he is one of the standouts on that Nordic and Baltic tour, he feels invincible at times. And look, yes, there are some great players there, but we've seen him do it. We've seen him do it on big stages. We've seen him win on Euro tours. Coming here, he's full of that confidence. He just replicates that time after time. Last time he was here, he was unlucky. Perhaps he didn't manage those key moments as well as he has this time. But certainly right now, he is one of the standouts we've seen here in Series 5.
And he got himself a couple of days off, whilst everybody else had to slug it out in Groups B and C. And that was what we were focusing on over the last couple of days. Group B was what we saw in the evening session. And it was won by Mike Gillett, who, it has to be fair to say, he was head and shoulders above the rest of the field.
Yeah, look, Mike did all the damage on night 1 in this group. He was 4 from 4, and he was all but booking his place there. Then it's a question of, can you top the group? Because everyone wants that position as the status, and send a message to everyone else saying, look, I beat you in this group stage, I topped it. Going into the Friday, he had wiggle room, he got the points he needed early, and he just relaxed. But again, we've seen Mike do it time after time, whether it was in our old venue in Southampton or here. He finds a way to produce his best here at the Super Series.
And it was kind of those ton plus outshots that was his key throughout. This is the 164 that he got to beat Ryan Palmer. But it wasn't just these. It was these 1-2-3s, those mid-ton kind of shots where he was in a little bit of trouble in legs that stemmed games in his favour.
Yeah, and you said it there. He was in trouble in them. He was being outscored in some of them. But when it came down to those combination finishes or the set-up play to leave those 2-dart combinations, that's where he excelled, especially on the Thursday night. And like you said, he was head and shoulders above the rest. And look, it's nice to see one of the nice guys in darts come here and play well and showcase his talent to everyone else. That we've seen him do good stuff on the WDF circuit, but now he's doing it in a stage with cameras on. Pleasing to see.
And in terms of elsewhere in the group, Kevin Painter, well, it's fair to say he saved his best darts for when it mattered the most at the end.
And that's the experience that Kevin Painter has. If you look at it, he lost his last game on Thursday and his first game yesterday, and he looked done. I didn't see a way back from him. But in those 3 games, he produced 290 plus averages, and then in a must-win game, his last game of the group, he produced his absolute best, and probably one of the best that we've seen here from him. It was a ton top and average, 4-0, over 50% on the doubles. The artist just timed it right, and maybe the shackles were off, because when he loses those 2 games, the double header as we call them, because the fixtures flip round, maybe in his mind he thought he was done as well and just relaxed. Played with some freedom, because at times this week he has been tense, he has been uptight, and he hasn't played his best stuff. So maybe he can learn from that and just play with that relaxed nature, and then we see what he produced last night.
In terms of Haruki Muamatsu, is he the type of player, and we've seen this with so many players in the past here, that are so consistent throughout the course of the week that maybe the biggest time they can strike is on a Saturday night?
Yeah, absolutely. His Group A campaign, he was only beaten by a brilliant Andreas Harrison. And yesterday in Group B, you always felt that he was going to get through just because of that consistency. The others may have higher highs, but their lows are also lower than his. He's just at that nice, consistent, steady level where if you don't play well, he beats you. So I think he's a major danger tonight now he's got here. Obviously, when you fall that close in Group A and don't get there, the danger is you don't reset yourself in Group B, but he did. So, look, he's in massive danger here tonight at the Live Lounge. Let's have that one right.
Consistency is key at the Super Series. As far as Group C was concerned, well, it was just complete and utter carnage from Dart 1 right until the very last. Alex Moore and Shane McGurk got through, but do not let that table kid you as to how chaotic that was.
It was chaotic, but ultimately I think the best two players in the group before a dart was thrown did come through. We look at their levels, and I spoke to you on Thursday up on the balcony, and it was all about those two. Don't get me wrong, halfway through this group, that wasn't the case because everyone was in contention after that just ridiculous session where everyone was taking points off of everyone, and it really was congested. But the cream rose yesterday, and Alex Small produced what we know he can produce. He's won the Red Dragon Champion of Champions. You don't win that easily. And then also just looking at it, his consistency. I think he slowed down Dart 1. Dart 2 and 3 are still absolutely electric, but I just think he's setting Dart 1 more, which is producing better performances. And we've all seen what Shane McGurk can do. He's got to finals night the last two series, only lost to Steve West and Jonathan Worsley, who both went on to subsequently win those. So he has pedigree. He knows what it takes to win.
Most certainly. And as far as Alex Moore is concerned, he saved his best performance in that game against Makura Suzuki. And it was a big moment, big game, that one. And he took out some big finishes, none bigger than the fish.
Yeah, but also it was nice because we were saying, is he going to go for it? But with Makura way back, you can see he's a showman. He's a maverick. He loves those finishes. He could have easily laid up, but he was like, nah, I'm going to plonk one right in the bullseye. And if he's on it tonight, he's going to electrify this place.
As far as Shane McGurk is concerned, he's the type of player, isn't he, that we've seen him here before a couple of times, has made a semi-final, then went on to make a final. So naturally, the next step in his progression is to win it, isn't it?
You would think so. That's the logical step, but he's going to have to do it when it matters this evening. It's not a formality that anyone gets out of these two groups because they are both tightly congested. That if he can get out into that knockout stages, the fact that he has done it here is a massive bonus, and I think he can draw on that experience. So first of all, get out the group, and then the arrow is a danger.
The arrow could be the poison to the darters' hearts tonight. Right, let's have a look and see the 6 players that make their way through to the final then. After all is said, all is done. One of Andreas Harrison, Mike Gillett, Haruki Murematsu, Kevin Painter, Alex Moore and Shane McGurk will be at Champions Week at the end of next month. So the 6 players are going to be broken down then into 2 pools of 3. The top 2, after 2 rounds of fixtures, will progress their way through to the semi-finals, where it is a straight knockout from there. Let's have a look at the groups then. Group 1, Andreas Harrison, Shane McGurk and Haruki Murematsu. I get the feeling all 3 of them will similarly feel their chances in that one.
Yeah, I look at Group 1 and I can make a case for each one of them. I know our production staff won't thank us for this, but I can genuinely see the 9-dart shootout coming into play because I can see them beating each other. That group really could come down to leg difference, and every leg could matter in that situation. It's going to be an absolute bloodbath.
Oh, don't worry about them. We'll take 2 9-dart shootouts. What about the other group?
I look at the other group and it's intriguing because if you'd have asked me 24 hours ago, I wouldn't have said Kevin Payton was in the mix. But because of those last 3 games and the manner of the performances and the numbers he produced, he is now a player. And again, that first game for all of those players is so important because you don't want to be chasing, and that extra pressure on your shoulders of having to win that last game is absolutely crucial in here. Play with some freedom. Can you enjoy it up here? Easier said than done, granted, but it's can you relax?
Right, let's have a look at the outrights then for tonight's action here at the Live Lounge, because it is a night where I think everybody will sense opportunity knock. So it's interesting to look at the likes of Mike Gillett, who's won a week at 15-4, and Kevin Painter, a major champion at 8-1.
Yeah, I don't agree with some of these odds. I'm looking at Shane McGurk should not be 11-2 based on what he's done here before. That's a huge price for me. Like, I understand why Andreas Harrison is favourite because of the manner of the performances in winning Group A, so rightfully so. Alex Small, again, has an explosive game, can produce a blitz that can take it away, but some of those averages lower down are very generous. And like we've already alluded to this evening, if Kevin Painter produces 3 games like he did last night, he wins the night. but it's can you do it consistently. So I think there is some value for the punters out there today. I like McGurk at 11-2. I think that's slightly overpriced.
Well, it'd be interesting to see how that works out as the night goes on. Let's have a look at the bet builder then and see what you've been punting on at home. And this is a very ambitious one tonight. 14.5 to 1. Goodness me, what have you been doing on Saturday afternoon? Right, in the handicap betting, Haruki Muamatsu, 4-2 or better against Shane McGurk. Alec Small, 4-2 or better against Kevin Painter. And Alex Small in the 180 stakes against Mike Giddett. Some thoughts on them, Phil?
I like selection 3 because we all know that Alec is a huge 180 hitter. I like that. The top one I'm not sure about at all because I think that's going to be really, really close. Shane McGurk's ceiling is arguably the highest in here. If he produces that, I think he beats Muamatsu, let alone Muamatsu get him on the handicap. So I'm not sure on selection 1. Selection 2, I get it. Like selection 3. So 1 out of 3 is not bad.
It's the type of night where everybody will feel like they've got an opportunity here.
Not feel, they have got an opportunity because all 6 of them can win this evening. And that's rare that we get that on a finals night where recently there's been a standout name. They've not always won, but coming into the night we go, he's favourite, she's favourite. But tonight, it's a coin toss for all 6 of them.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how it pans out. So these are how the fixtures play out for tonight. 6 games. Now, we alternate the groups, so the first game of Group 1 will be preceded by the first game of Group 2, and so on and so forth. Then we'll have a little bit of a break after the pool stage matches. We then have our semi-finals and final live on Sporty Stuff TV from 10 o'clock this evening. And it is high time we get the action underway here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And Game 1 sees our super Swede, Andreas Harriusson, in action. He takes on Shane McGurk in our first game of the evening. And because we had Phil here, we had to get you on interview duty, didn't we?
That's what we do, isn't it?
Exactly. So Phil caught up with both players early on this evening.
Andreas, here we are, finals night at the Super Series. Excited for this evening?
Absolutely, yeah. Looking forward to it. Yeah. Hopefully, gonna play good. So.
You were brilliant in Group A. Are you hoping to take that form into this evening, and how much confidence did you get from that?
Yeah, surely a lot of confidence for playing 3 days. Good. So, yeah, hopefully I can take that in for tonight. So we see.
Are you well rested? Did 2 days off help you recover for this evening?
Yeah, I had a. At Thursday I was out walking a bit, and on Friday I just relaxed on the room, and so I chilled out.
In the group, you're going to face Muamatsu again. You had the better of him in Group A. Are you hoping to do the same here?
Yeah, of course, I hope. He's a good player, so he's a great player.
And did you make some friendships in that group as well?
Yes, of course. So it's lovely to be here and make some new friends.
Andreas, thank you very much. Shane, here we are, another finals night here at the MODUS Super Series. It's all becoming the same for you. You always seem to find a way to get here to Saturday night.
Yeah, I think the last 3 times I got through to finals night, I was in Group C.
Correct.
So it's I'm getting used to it. I think playing during the day, it's a bit weird because normally when you go to competitions at home and you're playing in the evenings and playing at night time sometimes, and it's nice to play sometimes in the day, but I don't know how I'd play in the evening. You know, it's hard, like, because I've been here for the A session once and played during the day and that, and then I played. But I think the 1 p.m. start that it changed to, it's pretty good, like.
That Group C campaign, after the first day, it was so close where everyone was in the mix. Did that focus you ahead of yesterday?
Yeah, I knew what I had to do going into yesterday. I think I aimed to win at least. Well, obviously everyone aims to win all their games, but I thought if I got 3 games, got up to myself about 12 points, that it should be enough. But then I was looking at the group as I think we were 2 or 3 rounds to go, and it was like 12 might not cut it here because there's a lot of people could have been on 10. I think going into the last 2 games, and it looked mental at one point, and then happy enough that it worked out for me at the end.
Was it pure relief then when you were told you were through?
Yeah, it was. I think I still had a chance before my last game to. I knew that if I was going in my last game that I had good leg difference, and that's sometimes that counts as a point. You know, like because if it goes to level, you've got your leg difference. I was playing was +8 leg difference, and I knew that going in, and all I had to do was win my game. But then I was told before I played the game I was through, and I just relaxed, and I actually threw the darts that I actually know I can through all the time.
so far on a Saturday night, it's a semi-final and a final. The progression is there. The next step is to go and win one.
Yeah. It's coming. It is coming. If it happens today, it happens today. If it doesn't happen today, I'll try again. I hope it does happen today. I hope it happens every time I come. Everyone does. There's 6 players in that room and they're all saying the same thing. I'm going to win this. I'm going to win this. Unfortunately, there's 1 winner and 5 losers.
Well, a Saturday night Dartline blink can only mean one thing as we book our 7th name into Champions Week by the end of tonight. It is a battle of Sweden and Ireland as Andreas Harriason takes on Shane McGurk. In the commentary box then, for the duration of the evening, it's a very good evening to Phil Bars, who's alongside first, Chris Murphy. Hello, Chris.
Hello, Henry. Hello, everybody, and welcome to another Saturday night of slinging here at the Super Series as we look to crown another weekly winner in Series 5. And it could be that man, Shane McGurk. You've just heard from him. He was talking about being a semi-finalist, then a finalist, and now hoping to be a winner. But so is the Super Swede, Dirty Harrison. Is he feeling lucky on Saturday night? The 48-year-old looking to be another Nordic winner, following on in the footsteps of Anton Oslund recently, and Shane McGurk, 28-year-old, former PDC development.
Thank you, ladies and
winner.
gentlemen. First leg is Andreas through first. Game on.
Paul Hinks calls game on. And as Henry said, Phil Bars is alongside me. And Phil, all week it's been a bit of a difficult task to pick a winner, but that's the task that we're going to set you this evening.
41.
Yeah, as I was chatting to Henry up on the stage, I can make a case for all 6. Yes, it's a stronger case for a couple of them.
59.
Looking at it, I think Dirty Harrison's doubling was sensational in Group A, running at around 45%. If he can replicate that this evening, he's going to be very
85.
tough to beat. But I think we may get a maverick explosion from either McGurk or Small.
And McGurk was
135.
almost threatening the first max of tonight's Pompey party. Harrison supported this evening by
81.
Norway's Cord Decker, who's in the crowd. Watching on, didn't quite make it. He was Matthew Edgar's pick, just getting that out there now. But congratulations to Matthew Edgar, winning another title.
137.
There is Court, watching on. Yeah, we'll try and not let him stand up because he'll block every camera in the building.
Yeah, we saw that Matt couldn't wait
100.
to post the
Shane McGurk,
normal darts
170.
winning picture of him beside the trophy in his bed. But congratulations to Prime Time.
98.
Primetime darts night here at the Super Series. Harrison and McGurk joined in this group by Haruki Muramatsu. Again, I think the groups are pretty
140.
even as well.
Shane McGurk, 72.
Much of a muchness, really.
Yeah, I said to Henry that it wouldn't surprise me if we had the 9-dart shootout this evening because I can see them all beating each other.
32. Andreas McGurk, 54.
54 then, after that first miss at a double. Harrison has been excellent in this department in his Group A campaign.
44.
But he's missed a couple
Shane
in the
McGurk,
opening leg
40.
on finals night.
Yeah, completely agree. And it was that 140 that created the opportunity for Harrison because it's been a leg that McGurk has bossed against throw,
20.
but he can't take the
Andreas
opportunity.
McGurk, 10.
There are a few Shane McGurk fan club family over his shoulder then with head in hands. They couldn't
Game
watch
shot on the
and they
first
won't
leg.
like what
Andreas
they see
Harrison.
if they've moved their hands from in front of their eyes. Andreas Harrison hitting the double.
Second leg, Shane to through first. Game on.
Yeah, and that's a missed opportunity for Shane McGurk.
59.
Yeah, an early opportunity to break throw on finals night, and it's been passed up.
140.
Will he get another opportunity because Harrison is already threatening his throw here?
40. 140.
Yeah, for me, Harrison's biggest strength has been his finishing. He's been deadly on the doubles, and McGurk squandering 4 in the first leg. Harrison only needing 3. That's a magic number, isn't it? At this kind of
85.
level at the Super Series, if you can be 33% on your doubles, you're going to go a long way.
A very long way. And like we said, McGurk needs to find a breaker throw to win the game.
85.
And having missed that golden opportunity, you can't help but feel that Harrison's not going to give him too many others.
100. Andres Yukar, 136.
You can't help but think as well that McGurk's pondering on those missed darts as well, because he just looked in control in leg 1, but that composure seems to have
112.
gone, and Harrison's now teed up his own break opportunity, and you just get the sense that he won't pass it up.
Yeah, and I feel that Harrison's probably one of only 2 players who thinks he's
125.
really
Andres
stormed
Yukar,
into
24.
finals night. The other one being Mike Gillett.
Game shot on the
double
second
12.
leg. Andreas
For a
Harrison.
13 darter, gets the Swede in front, and it's a break of throw. Really good performance.
Third leg, Andreas
McGurk
to through
maybe
first.
still suffering the hangover from those 4 darts missed at double in the first leg, and now he finds himself with at least a hill to climb.
And it's not just that,
60.
Murph. It's now don't get hammered, because we've seen it so often here at the Super Series that when you lose the first game 4-0 or 4-1, it's
97.
almost impossible because of that leg difference. We all know the golden rule here in these group stages: 2 points and a plus leg difference will book a spot
121.
in the semi-finals.
$96.
Yeah, when Shane McGurk was last here on a finals night in the previous series, he won his first game comfortably. He won it 4-1.
180.
He actually ended up then losing his next group game 4-1, but got through because he had that buffer, and he might have to do something in reverse here, because that maximum
138.
from Andreas Harrison
Ricard,
makes it more
140.
likely he's going to open up a 3-leg lead here.
Yeah, he can't take it out, and McGurk may have to
100.
produce the biggest
Shane
finish
Yukar, 170.
of the lot to get himself back in this game, because Harrison is poised on tops and the 170 is not going to go. So all of a sudden, the Super Swede is staring at 3-0.
Andres Yukar, 40.
No trouble at all on the doubles all week,
Game
and no
shot on the
trouble on
third
tops.
leg.
It's
Andreas
back-to-back
Harrison.
13 dart legs for Andreas Harrison, who is putting on some show here at Saturday.
Fourth leg, Shane to through
Super
first.
Series
Game
finals
on.
night.
Yeah, he takes his average over the ton mark as well. And Dirty Harry is really sending out a statement here to everyone else in that practice room
45.
in match 1. I'm the Group A winner, and I'm the one to beat tonight.
It's going to be hard work for McGurk from here on in.
81.
I'm just looking at the numbers, Chris, and it's quite telling that Shane's not had a visit 140
59.
or bigger in this game, where Harrison compared is just absolutely outscoring him now as well. We said it was going to be the finishing, but it's just all round. He's just bossing every stat we can look at.
97.
Yeah, Shane McGurk will be feeling pretty powerless now, I'm sure, as will those watching him.
134.
That's a good response and something for them to applaud as well. Important to get a bit of support for people here at the Super Series. It's
100.
intimate sort of surrounding. It's nice to just be able to pick someone out in the audience to be that sort of crutch.
Yeah, when it's not going your way and you need a little bit of inspiration, it's just nice to have someone to look to, just to give you a little
58.
come on or settle yourself down, just that inspiration that you need to draw on here.
Harrison just looks cool, calm, confident, collected,
99.
and a cut above at the moment.
Yeah, you feel this has to be at least 2 trebles. And that first dart is pulled a long way low.
96. Andreas Shakar 124.
Well, it's still in the balance, this leg. But Harrison can put this match to bed. He can't now. McGurk needing something to spark not just his match, but his night. And 109 may well be it.
$88.
The setup was sensational from
109.
Harrison. And now McGurk is at the point that this has to go. And he's made an absolute mess of it. He's missed a big number and doesn't leave a finish.
Disaster.
77.
And it's the
Andreas Shakar,
absolute
36.
nightmare start here for Shane McGurk. But double 18 would make it the dream start for Andreas Harrison. Now, that's not a dream. He's finding this tricky, and that's why.
Game
What a
shot in the
dart
match,
that is.
Andreas Harrison.
We saw the angle. He couldn't see any of that bed, and somehow he's managed to plant one underneath the blockers as Andreas Harrison, the favourite before a dart was thrown, seals a 4-0 victory over Shane McGurk and is all but in the semi-finals already. The Super Swede sends a statement as he high-fives the crowd there. As he walks back to the practice room, we see the numbers. He's dominant all over in every aspect going. Coming up after the break, we have our first look at Group 2.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. So before the break, Andreas Harriusson got his campaign off to a perfect start. A 4-0 victory against Shane McGurk. Average of 95.5 as well in there. So the Super Swede off to a super start. As for Shane McGurk, well, it is work to do. As far as he is concerned, if he's going to make his way into the semi-finals, he's going to have to beat Haruki Muamatsu in Game 3 to stand a chance. Right, we're going to park Group 1 for now and kickstart the action in Group 2. It's a group where maybe everybody senses their opportunity here. And we're going to kickstart with a battle between Mike Gillett and Kevin Painter. Now, these two went toe-to-toe in Group B over the course of Thursday and Friday, respectively. And Kevin picked up a big victory last night to help him on the road towards tonight's finale. Right, let's hear now from both players.
Kevin, here we are, finals night at the MODUS Super Series. And by Christ, you did it the hard way last night.
Yeah, left it late. Happy to be here, obviously. Could have gone either way, couldn't it? It was tight, the group. A couple of us fighting right at the end there. But, you know, this week, I haven't been fantastic this week. I've had some dodgy games, but I just came good right at the death there and, you know, played quite well the last two games, really.
When you lost your opening game your last game on Thursday night and your opening game last night, did you feel it had gone and maybe the shackles came off a little bit?
Maybe. It just gets frustrating when you sort of I gave a lot of games away this week that I was in control of a lot of times, and I don't know, your sort of mind drifts off a little bit, and but you know, I suppose I don't know, you know, subconsciously I suppose may have relaxed a little bit last night, last two games, and I knew if I didn't win my last game, obviously I was going to go out anyway.
You say obviously you gave games away, but when you really needed it, we had two 90 pluses and then a ton topper in those last three games when you really needed it. So that experience, that game is still there.
Yeah, it's there. It's just not there as often as I want it to be. You know, if I could play as well as I did in the last game all the time, you know, I'd still be on a pro tour. But I can't do that all the time. It's just nice that it can come out, you know, now and again. I've just got to play them games a bit more often, you know.
Going into that last game, as you said there, you knew you had to win. Is that when you're really on it because it is knockout darts and that last game where win you're through, lose you go home?
Yeah, I mean, like you say, you know, it was one way or the other. I was either going or staying, and I suppose, I mean, the group was so tight. You know, there was two or three of us trying to get that last spot, and you know, fortunately for me, it just came good.
Crowd in this evening. We know you thrive in these environments. We saw it at your peak and at the seniors that you love it. How excited are you for this evening?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's nice to, you know, play in front of people as well. But I've got to concentrate on my own game. It's no good going up there and not playing well. I want to play well and win as well, you know.
Kevin, wish you all the very best this evening.
Thanks very much, Phil.
Mike Gillett, former weekly winner here at the Super Series. A familiar venue, a familiar feeling walking up these steps. In fact, let's do that, yes. Mike. What's it like to be back?
Yeah, it's fantastic to be back. I've played once since the finals, the Champions Week, and yeah, didn't get through on that occasion. So it's just a great feeling to be back again on a Saturday, which is it's amazing to be here again.
Well, let's talk about last time when you came and won it. Now. You had a difficult group, but you got your way through to the final. I just wanted you to talk about that winning moment, because you're kind of being the underdog, and you hit that winning double, and it was very emotional, wasn't it?
Yeah, I remember vividly just being in the practice room, because it was kind of out of my hands with the very last group game, because I lost my very first game against Cam Crabtree in the group, and then I was banking on him hopefully winning obviously the last game, and it went 3-3. And I was just so nervous backstage, thinking, am I still in? Am I still not in? And I don't know, maybe it's just like the relief to get through to the semi-finals. And then, yeah, of course, won the semi-finals, won that final. Honestly, it's kind of a blur. I mean, I have watched it back, of course. One of my, you know, probably the best achievement I've ever done in darts.
Yeah, we just saw there that the realisation kind of hit you, didn't it, as soon as you'd won? And when we spoke, you were pretty speechless then as well.
Yeah. I guess you're so motivated and just so concentrated to that one game. I think I don't want to think too much about what could happen if I win the game or if I lose the game. And I think it was just that game. It was just one game for me. And then when I realised the double was in, and obviously like I couldn't speak to you properly on the interview afterwards, which. Yeah.
What you did say is you kind of felt that you'd proved something to yourself, and I think it was your words, so I'm not being sort of disrespectful here, but
Yeah.
prove that you're a proper dart player.
Yeah, yeah. You know, darts is very, very much a part-time. You know, I love playing the sport. You know, I can't get around to playing as much as what a lot of people can because my career, you know, it takes up 50, 60 hours of my week normally. So, you know, I'm very much a weekend player. I would love to practice every day. I can't, and especially with a toddler as well, it's very, very difficult. So, to compete at this level and to play like I have been, knowing that the preparation I haven't been able to commit to it as much, it gives me belief that I can still, you know, compete even though I can't put the hours in.
That career, it's teaching, isn't it? You're in.
Yes, yes.
You get a lot of support from students and colleagues.
Yeah, really, yeah, great. Honestly, everyone is brilliant at my school's Bitten Park School and sixth form. A few of my colleagues are going to be here this evening actually, which should be great. Yeah, everyone is so positive. Yeah, it's brilliant. It's really good.
Let's just talk a little bit about this week. Your campaign's been very different to last time. Straight through to finals night. This time you flew through to finals night.
Yeah, it was kind of an odd feeling after the Thursday, because I think I said in our interview that the few times where I've been at Portsmouth rather than Southampton, I tend to have lost my first and maybe sometimes the first two games, and so I kind of always felt that I was fighting on a Friday to get into a position to qualify. So it was a bit of an unreal situation for me to be in yesterday, and yet, you know, to get that first win yesterday, it kind of relieved all my stresses, all my pressure. So it was nice to be in the back room, just relaxing while the others are fighting for the last place. So.
And of course, you've now got the advantage of being here on a Saturday and having done it before. So looking around, getting that feeling, fancy doing it again tonight?
Yeah, 100%, definitely. Yeah, I can't wait to get started, and yeah, hopefully be the same result. But I'm just going to take every game one by one and see where that leaves me.
Well, good luck. Thanks for talking to us.
Cheers.
Maybe
Thank
it
you.
will be glory for Gillett again.
Just listening to Mike speak there, so level-headed, knows what he wants, knows how to go about it, trying to balance playing darts in his career. Chris, a very insightful listen from him.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always great to talk to Mike Gillett, and he had a few more words than he did on the stage when he won. That was a really emotional moment for him. It was at the peak of his career, in his own words. And Kevin Painter's in a very different position in his career, isn't he, from the Welshman who got that victory. It was such an emotional night for him and his friends, family, colleagues. As for Kevin Painter, he's been there, done it on the biggest stages. Players' Championship Finals winner. Of course, World Championship finalist
Hang on,
as
ladies and
well.
gentlemen. First leg, it's Mike to through first. Game on.
But it is a frustration for Painter that he isn't doing it here, because I think a man of his status and standing in the game, he demands of himself that he's going to play at the MODUS Super Series. He
60.
should win at the MODUS Super Series.
Yeah, this week we've seen the good, the bad and the ugly of Kevin Painter, and the good was when he really needed it. The last three games last night, I wasn't
81.
sure he had that in the locker from what we'd seen this week, because as I spoke to Henry on the top of the show, when he lost the double header, the last on Thursday and the first on Friday, as Mike Gillett rattles in a maximum, I thought he was done. I didn't think he had the capabilities of winning three in a row, the form he was in.
Yeah, that win against Gillett, the first man to beat
137.
him. Gillett supported, as we just saw by some of those colleagues you mentioned in that interview, and he's turning on the style for them.
180.
Well, plenty to applaud so far from Mike Gillett. Back-to-back 180s in the opening leg, and he's carrying on riding that wave from Group
100.
B.
Mike, you can't 81.
81 for the opening leg here, 62. Doesn't need to go 12 ball because Kevin Painter's not on a finish. Sensible play. I'm sure he's going to tee up
41.
12 for tops. And all the artist can do is apply pressure.
Yeah, he's not had a bad leg, has he, Kevin Painter? He's probably thinking, well, you all know what he's thinking. How's your look?
No doubt if this goes in, we'll have the
Mike Lucan,
customary
40.
eyebrow raise from the artist.
Great leg from Painter, but even better leg so far from Gillett. Can he win the leg? Trebles for show. Doubles. Don't
30.
go. And Painter
Kevin
will get his
Lucan,
opportunity.
43.
Will it be 11 for double 16 or 3 for tops? Looks like 3. It's going to be 2 darts at tops for an early breaker throw. And remember, Mike Gillett hit back-to-back maximums in this game.
Game shot on the first
And it's
leg.
all irrelevant
Kevin
because
Painter.
Kevin Painter pins tops at the first time of asking. It's a break of throw for the artist.
Second
And he's
leg,
just
Kevin
carrying
to
on from
first.
where he left
Game
off
on.
last night.
Yeah, back-to-back 180s in that leg, as Phil just said, and Painter defying it after those 3 darts missed at double. What has turned for Kevin Painter suddenly?
140.
Suddenly he's gone back 15 years, Phil, and is flinging his best darts ever.
If he carries on in this vein with the
60.
crowd in, I'm sure we'll have some peacockery on that stage.
He nearly saw Ryan Palmer off the stage last night. Stepped back, reversed out of the exclusion zone, and poor old Palmer was nearly on the
85.
deck.
You just felt, though, that with a crowd here tonight, with some atmosphere, that it would bring out the best in Kevin Painter because he is
100.
that showman. We've seen him strut his stuff on many world stages. I'm sure he'd love to add the Live Lounge to that list.
95.
Mike Gillett, as we mentioned previously,
59.
Series 3, Week 11. A real landmark moment for him. And actually on that finals night, Kevin Painter also appeared. They never actually ran into each other then. They were in different groups. Painter losing out to Chris
99.
Lambert and Sean McDonald, and Mike winning the night when he beat Cam Crabtree in that final.
60. Kevin Hooker, 82.
82 for a 2-0 lead. 25-17 for tops. Oh, he's overpitched it. But we'll be back because Mike Gillett is not on a finish. So all Kevin Painter's got to do is tidy this up, try and put it to the back of his mind.
66.
Yeah, didn't matter in that situation. And so far, Kevin Painter, he didn't overreact to that double 17, which he is culpable
96.
of doing, Kevin Painter.
Kevin Hooker, 16.
This is quite good to see. The arrows and the attitude from the artist is spot on so far. Does that change here?
8. Mike Hooker,
Slight grimace, but Mike Gillett's
126.
still on a big one.
Should start 19s. And you can just see the look that Mike Gillett has given that, because the stray dart into the 7
34.
means he can't
Kevin
finish.
Hooker,
So Kevin
8.
Painter, another go for double 4 and 2-0.
Double 2.
Game
And
shot
it
on the
is 2-0
second
to
leg.
the artist.
Kevin Painter.
Kevin Painter putting on a show on Saturday night at the Super Series.
Third leg, Mike to throw first. Game on.
He himself is a former finalist. He's made it to the money match before, Kevin Painter. Didn't go well for him when he
59.
got to the final, mind.
Going to go all the way back to
60.
leg 1 here, Chris, that it was a leg that Mike Gillett was in complete control of. And do you think that's now playing on his mind? Because it's not been the same since those missed darts at a double.
45.
Well, if it is, you could say exactly the same about Shane McGurk in the first match against Andreas Harrison. It could be a theme, a consistent trend this evening.
41.
But Painter could put himself in that almost perfect position that Harrison's in, because when Shane McGurk and Haruki Muramatsu play next, if Muramatsu wins a leg, Harrison will then know he's through. The only way he
44.
could now go out is in a 9-dart shootout, and if Kevin Painter wins this 4-0, he'll be in exactly the same position, but in some ways a better position, because he himself is playing in the second match.
All of a sudden, Kevin Painter is threatening
41.
the double break.
$100.
Kevin Painter leaves a finish after 12. And the scoring phase of the Kevin Painter game has been absolutely stunning. there was a few missed darts at a double in the last leg, but the scoring
140.
has been vintage, Murph.
120.
Absolutely brilliant. Looking to slot one underneath there. He does it perfectly. Scoring's been brilliant. The finishing
shot
is
on the
fine
third
too.
leg. Kevin
And Kevin
Painter.
Painter is strutting his stuff at the Super Series. A 3-leg lead. The artist
Fourth leg,
he's one
Kevin
leg
through
away
first. Game on.
from being pretty much home and hosed in terms of qualifying for the semi-finals. Point I was making just before he took that out is that he plays Alex Small in the second match in this group. If he wins this leg, he'll only need one
60.
more leg to be guaranteed. So much would have to go against him from that point. Even all that couldn't happen to Kevin Painter, could it?
Well, if it does, we will never hear the end of it, and I'm sure we'll hear the door slam on the way out if
140.
it does.
Yeah, I mentioned that finals night where he made it through. He got right through to the final after beating Paul Hogan 4-0. And then lost the final
125.
4-0 to Matt Clark, a serial winner at the Super Series, back at Champions Week again in Series 5. And I know that
58.
that defeat hurt Kevin Painter, and there's been a determination to get back to the money match. And who's to say he won't do it tonight?
Absolutely.
140.
Quickly see there the difference in the averages, and don't forget in that first leg,
72.
Mike Gillett had two 180s. Both of those 180s came in the first leg, back to back.
55.
Kevin Painter down to a finish. This needs...
Well, got to try and find a way into that single 20 as a minimum.
101.
Found a treble.
Kevin McCall,
Puts a little bit of pressure on
121.
Painter.
Treble 17 leaves the ball. Not going to go, so just needs to set this up.
57. Michael Carr,
2 trebleless
130.
visits has just opened the door here, giving Mike Gillett a glimmer of hope. Needs to find a treble for the ball. Can't do it.
65.
It was such a strong
Kevin McCall,
start from
64.
Gillett in the opening leg, but he missed those 3 darts at double. He hasn't had any more in the entire match. Kevin Painter has just swept him aside for the rest of the game. And double 16 will seal a Painter whitewash.
32. Michael Carr, 65.
One match start has come and gone. Can Mike Gillett rescue the situation? Will he go 25? He's got that horribly wrong, and you can see the frustration written all over his face. He doesn't give much away on the oche, but that is frustration, and it's boiled over again. He's missed 2 big numbers.
2 180s in leg 1.
25.
2 big
Kevin
numbers
McCall,
missed in what
32.
probably will be his last visit of the match. And remarkably, after that brilliant start, he hasn't had any more darts at
Game,
double.
shot, and a
Kevin
match.
Painter
Kevin
has hit
Painter.
4 and knocked Mike Gillett for 6. A stunning start for Kevin Painter, who, like Andreas Harrison in Group 1, has won his opener by 4 legs to 0 and put himself in the perfect position to make it through to the semi-finals. Gillett will get another chance. He's going to take on Alex Small later this evening, but Kevin Painter also facing Small. Needs just 1 more leg to qualify. It's a remarkable start to the evening. 2 4-0 wins. Shane McGurk was on the wrong end of one of them, and he takes on Haruki Muramatsu after the break.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilley, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robert Young.
Welcome back. What a start for Kevin Payne. What a start to the night. 2 4-0 victories. Well, we thought this was going to be one of the wildest and widest open finals nights that we've had here at the Super Series in some time. At the minute, it's all been quite convincing up to press. Kevin Payne to get in the better of Mike Gillett. Many people's fancies at the beginning of the evening. Remember, Kevin Painter was the 8-1 outsider at the beginning of tonight. And I wonder if he's taken some umbrage to those particular set of odds. Well, 4-0 victory for him, just like his football team, off to a flying start. Right, let's get into the middle match as far as Group 1 is concerned, because Shane McGurk needs to beat Haruki Muramatsu to stand a chance of qualifying through. That was following a 4-0 defeat against Andreas Harrison at the beginning of his night. So it's him against the Japanese star, and it's being watched by Chris and Phil.
Thank you very much, Henry, and welcome back to everyone on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. The finals of Week 7 here in Series 5. And Shane McGurk has it all to do after his 4-0 defeat in the opener. Muramatsu only needs to win a leg to send Kevin Painter through. Not that Kev will know that, he'll just be sat in the practice room.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg exchanged through first. Game on.
Sorry, my fault. Andreas Harrison, wrong group.
I hope Kevin Painter doesn't think that, because he might think how's his luck. Here comes
My
McGurk,
bad.
though.
There's me looking at the wrong group on the screen.
Oh, that'll wake everybody up, won't it? Shane McGurk with a 180, and that's exactly how he needed to start this game, isn't it?
Yeah, he needed to be strong, needed to be quick out the blocks.
100.
And that was something that was missing in his first game. That scoring wasn't there.
Just to actually further that, I know it's an accidental
96.
point you were making there, Phil, but actually, Kevin Painter, he's got it in his own hands because he plays the next game. If Haruki Muramatsu wins this game, and then Kevin Painter wins the first leg of the
55.
next game, it could be pretty much done. It depends, of course, if Alex Small then goes on to beat him and Small and get it play each other in the last match. But if Kevin Painter did do
55.
that, we would actually have 3 of our 4 semi-finalists should those 2 results go that way. That's pretty early to get 3 players through.
It is, especially when beforehand we all thought that this was going to be close. Both groups looked
100.
keenly
Shane O'Connor,
contested and
170.
didn't see a lot between them, but 2 4-0s in the opening game has thrown everything out the window that we thought.
121.
But this is more like the Shane McGurk I was expecting.
But there's been a weird trend, hasn't there, of players starting well and then losing that first leg and then losing every other leg. So Shane McGurk, having already been in that
Shane
position,
O'Connor, 49.
we're hoping to avoid doing it again here. 17 for double 16.
You feel this has to go for his own sanity.
Game shot
And
on the
it does.
first flag. Shane McGurk.
Shane McGurk with a commanding holder throw in 15 darts. But he's going to need some more of that.
Second leg, Haruki to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, so Andres Harrison is waiting just for Haruki Muramatsu to get a leg. If he wins a leg, Harrison goes through ahead of his match with Muramatsu. However, if Shane McGurk wins this game, then
85.
it's going to be interesting. That last match between Harrison and Muramatsu. And if Shane McGurk wins this game 4-0, it's going to be even more interesting.
125.
Shane McGurk wins this game by a handsome scoreline. I think we should bring back the feature that we used to see in the World Cup, that we sit the player on a bench on his own, having to watch the game with a camera on him.
Yeah, well, there would be a possibility of a 9-dart shootout there in this group with that 4-0 scoreline for McGurk. But Muramatsu, he hasn't been a player who has really gone and got beaten heavily much this week. He's been really quietly gone about his business, and he's been pretty impressive as well. He was second to Andreas Harrison, only 2 points off the pace in Group A, and then he ended up second in Group B as well.
Yeah, he's been super consistent the whole week, and I think he'll be consistent
95.
here as well. If someone beats him, they're going to have to play well. He's not one that ever gives the game away. If someone plays extremely well, they beat him. But if you're not on it, he mops up.
96.
And they'll be looking to mop up this second leg. He's got 6 darts from here to do so. The first Asian participant at a Super Series finals night here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
45.
But that's a mistake. All of a sudden, the door's open. Remember, McGurk needs to win this big.
60. Haruki O'Connor, 151.
Doesn't really take advantage, though. Yes, he's on a nice finish. But if Muramatsu doesn't take this out, he'll want to leave a double.
$86. Shane O'Connor, 120.
Shane McGurk on 120 here. We've seen him take out some good finishes this week. That one's tricky, but he's going to try and get past it, and has, to get himself a dart at tops.
100.
So close.
Haruki O'Connor, 65.
I've got a theory on that dart in a minute, which I'll speak to you about in a minute, Murph. But let's see if this goes.
It'll have to be 12 bull, won't it? Or treble 12 if he wants to gamble on that, but 12 will give him a go at the bullseye, and that's what he's got.
40.
Good attempt, but it's not quite there. As
Shane
McGurk
O'Connor, 20.
coming back for double 10, a breaker throw and 2-0 to keep his hopes alive. Is that a good guide or is it too close? Gone the other side. What a
Game
dart
shot
that
on the
is.
second leg.
Bumps it
Shane
in
McGurk.
off the barrel, and Shane McGurk has that breaker throw. As we get the Phantom's art in the
Third leg,
background
Shane to throw
from
first.
Muramatsu.
Game
But I'm
on.
going to go back to that dart at tops, Chris. The fact that he didn't move and then he peered round to see if it was in, I don't think he can see the target. I think he's just tried to pitch one over the top
134.
because the line was good on the others all the way down the middle. I think he's just tried to pitch one over and he's almost thrown it blind.
Yeah, fair point. In the end, he managed to get the most difficult dart into a double, that double 10.
96.
And this is good from Shane McGurk because, look, he was beaten heavily in his first match. He was beaten by the biggest scoreline possible, but knowing that Muramatsu's other game is against Andreas Harrison, the most difficult player, the favourite to win the night, it's good for him not to come into this game so quickly after that defeat and not have his head down. Knowing, look, if I win this, all that has to happen is Muramatsu loses to Harrison and I'm going through.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think it would have been worse for McGurk's sanity if he'd have been the last game sat in that practice room stewing on that defeat. But the fact he's back out straight away, I think, is an absolute blessing for him.
And he's in a good spot here
58
to avenge
Shoyukan 92.
the opening scoreline and get at least a 4-1 victory. Double 12.
68.
I like the miss, though. Because Muramatsu's not on a finish, it's sensible because you don't want to be then chasing 6s to 3s. So coming back for 3 clear darts at 12s, I like that.
He's playing really good stuff
41.
actually so far.
Shoyukan 24.
With that wayward last start, hasn't even left a finisher. Shane McGurk's got all the time in the world for a 3-leg lead. Super stuff.
Game shot on the third
McGurk
leg. Shane
bouncing
McGurk.
back, beaten 4-0 in the first match of the night. Now 3-0 up on Haruki
Fourth leg of Haruki to
Muramatsu,
third first.
who
Game
himself is
on.
now in a world of trouble.
Yeah, and it's been ultra consistent. The 2 holds of throw on for McGurk are both on 15. So, which is superb. That the break in 18, you wouldn't normally expect to break in that amount, but on his own throw, he's looked absolutely solid in this game.
Well, after that first result, Andreas Harrison put himself in a position where the only way he could go
100.
out would be in a 9-dart shootout. If Shane McGurk wins this leg, the only way that Haruki Muramatsu will be able to go through would be in a 9-dart shootout. Because he'd have to win 4-0 against
100.
Harrison, and any other scoreline would put him out.
This Group 1 here on finals night is living up to expectation. It is throwing up all kinds of conundrums.
It makes this a massive
59.
leg, doesn't it? Because however many legs Muramatsu gets back makes his last match, it gives him a bit more breathing space, a bit more flexibility.
60.
If he loses it 4-0, he's only got one option.
Yeah, simply Muramatsu has to win this leg. Otherwise, he's in a world of trouble. And against Harrison, from what we've seen, I don't think he can win 4-0.
And it'll also be a relief for
97.
Harrison, of course, because remember, Muramatsu needs a leg to confirm Harrison is through. Such is the nature of this round-robin format on a finals night. These 3-player groups at the Super Series.
100.
What McGurk would give for a 2-treble visit here. That's a blocker. Going to have to cover. Muramatsu's kind of got away with it here because there was a glimmer of an
57.
opportunity for McGurk, but that seems more and more unlikely unless this is trebleless. Not going to be.
$105.
Muramatsu down to a 2-darter. What pressure is that 76 going to be under? Absolute. Could have been more. The first 2 trebles, I was expecting at least a 140 there.
So this could be the most significant moment of the night so far. Double top for Haruki Muramatsu.
Game shot on the
And
fourth
that is the leg
Haruki
that confirms
Muramatsu.
Andreas Harrison's place in the semi-finals. The Swede is through.
Fifth leg change through
still
first.
has
Game
work to
on.
do. Every leg he wins, he gives himself more of a chance for when he plays Harrison. Shane McGurk determined just to get over the line and hope that Harrison finishes the job
44.
for him. But it does mean there won't be a 9-dart shootout in this group.
The other impressive thing there from Muramatsu was the fact he didn't let McGurk have a match dart.
140.
And now, all of a sudden, Muramatsu's growing into this game. As McGurk continues to come up
57.
dry in the first 2 visits of this leg, Muramatsu has taken the darts.
Yeah, and those sort of mid-range finishers, the ones that win your legs, the ones that win your matches, have been a key part of his game this week.
60.
Is Shane McGurk just thinking about the position he's in now?
He probably came out thinking need to
23.
win big, but actually just now needs to focus on winning, because the likelihood is that Harrison would beat Muramatsu. The way that he played in that first match.
Well, yeah, from their Group A,
100.
Harrison's 2-1 up on the head-to-heads.
Yeah, that basically the odd win is the reason that he won the group and Muramatsu didn't.
137.
But this would be a breaker throw. Muramatsu's stolen the darts in leg 5. Then he'd have the darts to tie it up for 3 apiece, and suddenly Shane McGurk's standing on the tungsten trapdoor.
85.
Yeah, this one is twisting and turning at every opportunity. Pendulum swings one way, then the other.
60.
No finish from
Rookie
McGurk,
Carl,
though.
116.
Single 19 would leave tops.
96.
Far away.
This needs to be a 140. Two blockers, though. Muramatsu will be back for a breaker
60.
throw and to get
Rookie
within
Carl,
one
20.
leg. That looks a good guide. And he
Game shot on
uses
the
it.
5th leg. Haruki Muramatsu.
Haruki Muramatsu is back in this contest. It's a breaker throw, and he will be throwing for 3
6-legged Haruki
apiece.
to throw first.
Now, all of a sudden, is
Game
he
on.
the favourite to go through? A couple of minutes ago, McGurk was looking favourite, but now, I'm not sure, Chris.
Yeah, so if McGurk wins, Muramatsu would still have to go and beat Andreas Harrison. But if Muramatsu wins here,
85.
and McGurk is out, and that last game is just jostling the top spot in the table. Between now and then, Kevin Painter taking on Alex Small. Remember, Painter also won his first match 4-0, like
59.
Andreas Harrison. And the artist needs just one leg to qualify. Mike Gillett has to wait till the end of the evening. He'll be hoping that Painter goes and beats Small, won't he? And then it's just a straight shootout.
140.
Needs to fill it up here. A lot.
140.
In fact, if Small beats Painter anything other than 4-0, then that would spell the end for Gillett, wouldn't it? Because even with 2 points, you'd have a
60.
worse leg difference, whatever happened, than both players.
Yeah, Mike Gillett will be firmly in the Kevin Painter fan club in our next game.
$56.
Muramatsu, favourite in leg 6 here.
180.
The Muramatsu maximum gets him down to double 18 for 3-3 from 3-0
140.
behind.
Haruki Carl, 36.
McGurk would have the darts in the decider, but boy, he'd be under pressure.
Game shot on the 6th
And
leg.
is under pressure.
Haruki Muramatsu.
Yeah, although he has the darts, I'm not sure who I'd rather be right now, because
7th and final exchange to through first.
obviously
Game on.
all the confidence is with Muramatsu. 3 on the spin. He'll be feeling much better about himself than Shane McGurk does right now.
45.
And at the start of the show, Phil, you spoke with Henry Deacon about the fact that Shane McGurk and Alex Small can both have really explosive spells. The problem is how long those spells last. Because if Muramatsu wins this leg, this will be
100.
twice in separate matches that McGurk's lost 4 on the spin.
Yeah, I completely agree, and the point is more than valid, Chris. Like we say, even at the elite level, we see these players that go on
140.
runs, but it's how long they last, and how long they can sustain that period of play, because they can be so intense, so focused during those spells that when you come off, it's hard to then get it back.
80.
Andres Harrison is through. Muramatsu looking to join him if he wins this leg.
$97.
Shane McGurk wins a leg, then Muramatsu must beat Andreas Harrison, but the good news is because he's got himself into this position that he can beat him by any scoreline, whereas it was looking like a 4-0 defeat and he might have to win 4-0 at one point.
Yeah, this next 90 seconds or so is absolutely huge, and of all times
79.
to get one on the floor, and you could see the little silver glint on the wire where the point connected with it.
$60. Shane
Well,
McGurk,
both players have finishes in
140.
front of them. Muramatsu is slightly more favourable, but neither are easy outs. And this one won't be out. He's hoping to leave tops. He's hoping to find the treble 20 to leave tops, and he does it.
100.
Now he has to wait.
Luke
Now he has
McGurk,
to hope.
121.
That last start was huge, but will it be in vain? As Muramatsu looks at 1-2-1, treble 17, leaves the ball. Bullseye for Muramatsu. Composes. This is to send himself into the semi-finals and knock Shane McGurk out.
96.
Well, is
Shane
that going
McGurk,
to be a key
40.
moment at the MODUS Super Series tonight? Shane McGurk lost his first match 4-0, was leading this one 3-0, as he just managed to survive an almighty scare.
Game shot
He
and the
has.
match.
He gets
Shane
the win.
McGurk.
It's not the win he wanted, but it does keep him in contention. And Muramatsu, having missed a dart to go through, is now once again 4 legs away. He will have to beat Andreas Harrison if he is going to progress. Shane McGurk will be hoping that that doesn't happen. It's out of his hands, but he has done his bit with that 4-3 win over Muramatsu. They'll play in a couple of games' time, Muramatsu and Harrison, but before that, Kevin Painter, 1 leg away from qualification. He takes on Alex Small.
Right, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Shane McGurk, well, he found himself in a little bit of trouble, didn't he, in that game against Haruki Murematsu. He raced into a 3-0 lead, and then Murematsu brought it back to 3 apiece. And, well, he had a dart at the bullseye to go on and win the game as well. And that would have sent McGurk flying out of the competition. But Shane gets over the line, a 4-3 victory to keep his hopes alive as far as Group 1 is concerned. Right to Group 2 then we go. It's the middle match of the session as far as that group is concerned. And it sees Kevin Payne, who got off to a flying start in his first game. 4-0 victory against Mike Gillett, the Group B winner. He takes on Alex Small, who was the big winner as far as Group C was concerned. And he headed downstairs for a chat with Phil earlier.
Alec, here we are. Finals night of the Super Series. You top Group C. Yeah. You must be excited about this evening.
Very excited to be here.
Played some good stuff when you needed to in a competitive group, so you must take confidence from that.
Yeah, if I get a few more doubles better, I'd be a lot better.
Look, you're the speedster of the group as well, but did I notice that you're setting that first start a little bit more? 2 and 3 obviously go quickly, but 1 just a little bit of care?
Yeah. Well, as long as if the first one goes, they all go around it, so if we carry on like that, maybe a win tonight.
Look, in this little group race, how important is it to win that first game?
Very important. If it was the first one, you trail in and you've got to try and win to get through. Make sure you win the last one to get through.
We've seen you win the Red Dragon Champions of Champions, which is cutthroat. How much experience from that can you draw on here this evening?
Oh, hopefully a lot. It's best of 3, so it's anyone's game really best of 3, so it's a longer format, so hopefully it goes better.
And what would it mean if you win this evening?
That'd be amazing. Amazing to win it. Top be one of the biggest things to win.
Alec,
go win the champions.
Alec, wish you all the very best and we'll see you this evening.
Thank you.
Alex Small then looking to get his campaign off and running. The super speedy Welshman taking on Kevin Painter, who got that perfect start. And Small will know the size of his task now, based on how Kevin played in that opening match of the night. It was really, really good, as he was towards the end of last night, Phil.
Yeah, just carried on from where he left off last night, and pleasing to see as well, because at times I felt during the week Kev was putting too much pressure on himself and berating himself too much.
Kevin through first.
On Wednesday, he was like an Olympic sprinter out of the blocks to the hockey and things like that, but just seems a lot more composed within himself this evening.
Alex Small, a man who's never really composed is not something you would describe him. He's a really
100.
quick fire player, always in a rush. But when you can throw darts like that, why wouldn't you be?
83.
Absolutely. And you don't win the Red Dragon Champions of Champions if you haven't got ability.
121.
But I just like the fact that he's just composing himself on dart 1 a little bit more than when he was last here, because
46.
at times it was just a little bit erratic, where now just seems to have settled the Welsh wild card, as we see on his shirt.
58.
Reminder that Kevin Painter only actually needs 1 leg here.
140.
And he will be safe, whatever happens. The only way he can actually be eliminated is a 9-dart shootout anyway. And that would require a 4-0 win here for
80.
Small, and then Mike Gillett to beat Alec 4-0.
Yeah. Kevin Painter down to a finish.
95. Kevin O'Carr, 142.
The very new school way is treble 17. So you can teach an old dog new tricks there, Murph.
102.
And it worked out perfectly for Painter.
137.
Alex Small may look at treble 19 and then go tops if he hits it, but didn't hit it, so we'll never know.
101.
If Painter hits this,
Kevin O'Carr, 40.
then he will, with the least amount of drama possible, secure a spot in the semis.
Yeah, tops.
Game shot on the first
Tops is
leg.
nailed, and Kevin Painter is into the semi-finals. The artist is painting a picture here on finals night.
Well, it ended up being a masterpiece that involves him on that stage lifting a trophy.
140.
Alex Small, another player who's made it to a final before. Painter's been there as well. Of course, Mike Gillett has won. Shane McGurk's been in a final. Plenty of experience here at the Super
42.
Series on Saturday nights.
Plenty of experience here.
140.
Back-to-back 140s in this leg for Alex Small.
Here comes Painter.
140.
It's interesting that we've seen Painter chop and change equipment all week, but at last he seems to have
100.
settled on this setup.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see it change again tonight, Phil.
No, agreed. It wouldn't surprise me at all.
100.
I think he's had different variations of these setups. He's had
121.
these barrels with different stems and flights, and he's finally found a balance. Alex Small looking at double
85.
18 to balance this match, but he can't find it just yet.
The wild card couldn't pin double 18. And can the artist apply pressure? Needs a treble.
59.
Doesn't
Elliot Carr,
find one.
36.
He's on a finish, but it's still a big ask as Alex Small comes back at double 18 for a level game. Now he's chasing across the
Getting shot on the
nines,
second leg.
but he
Alex
finds it
Small.
on the bottom wire, and his girlfriend Shannon there applauds.
Yeah, big
Third
support.
leg, Kevin to
for
third
Alex Small
first.
always
Game on.
has been here at finals night when he's made it.
$80.
You see there, Small was starting his action while Painter was still retrieving his darts. He's just
60.
so impatient to get to the hockey and deliver the darts.
Yeah, and knowing Kev like we do, I'm sure he might just take a tad longer to retrieve those darts, knowing that.
41.
Now, Alex Small wants to win as big as possible from here if he does win, going into that game with Mike Gillett, because basically if he, say, goes on to win this 4-1,
100.
Gillett would then have to beat him 4-0. If he wins it 4-2, Gillett would then have to beat him 4-1 and so on.
Just interesting, just saw a shot of Kev walking back
100.
from that last visit. It was looking like he was applying some wax to his darts or something.
81.
Not just the actual equipment that he's tinkering with, but trying to different ways to get a grip.
95.
They do look like a quite worn set of darts, those ones that he's finally chosen.
65.
Yeah, but pretty similar to a man who did some great stuff on this stage, Graham Usher.
I was thinking exactly the same as you there, Chris.
First
85.
series finalist, Usher, using barrels like that. Actually saw a nice social media post from his son Joe. I think it was an anniversary of Usher's first appearance at the then
133. Kevin Carr, 100.
live league. And he basically said that he doesn't believe his dad would have got his tour card without playing here at the Super Series.
No, and Graham says it himself as well. I've spoken to him recently, and he'll forever
44.
remember his time here. And he
Carr,
says, with the greatest
62.
of respects, hope he's not back, but if he is, it would be in a heartbeat. As Small now looks at double 16,
30.
and he
Kevin
can't
Carr,
take the
56.
opportunity. Kevin Painter, 16 for tops. It's going to be 2 darts at tops to lead again. One more at tens,
36.
and he can't find it.
Elliot Carr, 32.
This is not going the way that Mike Gillett, who sat in the practice room, will want. That's clattered off the wire.
24.
My first reaction is
Kevin
it's
Carr,
not
20.
the double 8. I think that's hit the double 11 wire. It looks high. Now surely Kevin Painter just bounces off the barrel. He's gone the wrong side. He steps back. Didn't like it. The importance of this. And he pops
Game
it
shot on
in.
the third leg. Kevin Painter.
Kevin Painter What a dart that is. Leads again.
Fourth leg, Alex, you
A little
through
bit of
first.
disco
Game on.
dancing from the artist there. Giving it the old knee drop.
60.
If you're watching Geordie Shore, it would be called something else, but we're not past the watershed yet.
Oh, just about. Just about. Phil,
85.
go on. No, I'll stop you.
$85.
Alex Wall taking a leaf out of Kevin Painter's book there, giving it a stare.
60.
I'd love to have seen the look on Mike Gillett's face during that last leg when they were both missing darts at a double.
100.
Yeah, well, every leg that Kevin wins is better for Mike Gillett. If he wins 3 legs here, Kevin Painter,
21.
then Mike Gillett in that final match.
95.
He's going to need a big win. But if Kevin Painter wins, he just goes into it knowing
140. Alucard 161.
that all he has to do is get a victory. The 4-0 defeat is completely cancelled out, really. It's just a knockout game of darts.
60.
Yeah, and that's what Mike Gillett will be praying for right now. He'll be saying, just give me the opportunity. Not about score lines or anything like that. Just give me that opportunity
85.
to win
Alucard
and go through.
101. $43. Kevin Alucard 110.
I don't think Small has settled at all here. He looks agitated up there. 110 for Painter. Well, he's got lucky there because the treble 5 still leaves a finish. Treble 19 for double 19. Not going to go, so Small
54.
will be back for a level game.
Alucard 58.
Double top for parity. Double 10. Oh, and the artist has
38.
an opportunity here.
Kevin Alucard 56.
Sure, the Gillett fan club will be urging this one in, but he's going to do a double-double. 2 12s. Just clipped the wrong side of the
44.
wire.
Alucard 20.
Right on the wire.
Game shot on
And
the
then in the
fourth
bed
leg.
for Alex Small.
Alex Small.
You can see he's finding it hard work at the moment.
Fifth leg, Kevin to throw
All
first.
square.
Game
Painter
on.
still with the advantage. Remember, that 4-0 win against Mike Gillett came in a match in which he threw second. He has the darts in this one. Already through.
100.
But we want to keep playing and keep winning because he's on a good run at the moment, the artist.
Yeah, if he can
56.
win this, it'll be 5 on the spin for Kevin Painter here at the Super Series.
100.
Just looks in control of his emotions this evening, and that's something that has been far from across the week.
134. $58.
He's come up trebleless there and has just opened the door for Small. Needs to find something.
55.
Doesn't punish. Kevin Painter looking to leave a finish from here.
100.
Does leave a big 3-figure out, but can Small reply?
140. Kevin Alucard 143.
Leaves his a tad nicer than Painter's, Chris.
Yeah, and he loves that double 18, doesn't he, Alex Small? He'll be hoping to leave that, but he might not have a say in the matter if Painter can complete the big combo, but he can't, and there is the snow.
87. Aliokar
That's a
116.
proper growl as well, isn't it?
Well, he won't be taking out the finish at all. Kevin Painter hasn't even noticed yet. When he turns around, he'll be a very happy chappy.
84.
He won't show it,
Kevin
though.
O'Carr 56.
Well, he's only going to get one dart at double himself now, and it's going to be double 16. Kevin Painter's going to treat it like one dart as well. You wouldn't think he's already through, would you?
Game shot on the fifth
Still
leg.
treating every
Kevin
moment
Painter.
like it's a crucial leg in a World Championship final.
By that reaction,
Sixth leg,
Probably
Alex,
is.
you through first. Game on.
pounding his fist there. He is in front again.
140.
Just one more leg to seal a clean sweep in Group 2.
If Kevin Painter wins this match, a reminder, Game 6 between Alex
45.
Small and Mike Gillett will just be a straight fight to see who joins him. In the other group, Haruki Muramatsu needs to get the better of Andreas
97.
Harrison to qualify. And Muramatsu would be through with any victory in that match. Doesn't matter about the scoreline.
100.
If he loses, he'll go out. Shane McGurk will progress.
Yeah, Group 1 is nicely poised for some excitement.
180.
It looks as if Group 2 may be going the same way.
Yeah, some excitement there. Kevin Painter looking to add some of his own.
122. Aliokar 84.
Remember, doesn't need to go the bullseye route here, so I can just tee it up.
Game shot on the
The
sixth
84
leg.
goes.
Alex Small.
You see the emotion. That's big from Alex Small. He's just trying to get himself going. The fist pump, and we have a one-leg
Seventh and
shootout.
final leg. Kevin to throw first. Game on.
And it's a leg that's probably bigger for Mike Gillett than either of the players on the stage. Because if Kevin Painter wins it, back to square one, straight
41.
knockout game against Alex Small in the last match. If Alex Small wins this leg of darts, Mike Gillett is going to have to beat Small in the last
100.
match. 4-1 or 4-0. Very little room to manoeuvre.
Yeah, no room to manoeuvre at all. And that's when it's difficult. When you've got no wiggle room, because
95.
one slip and your night is over.
So Kevin Painter and Alex Small on the stage, but the leg is perhaps
100.
more crucial to Mike Gillett than anybody else. Quite a strange scenario.
44.
It's been a disastrous start for Kevin Painter in this leg. Alex Small is teeing up the opportunity
95.
of a breaker throw and 2 points. Needs another.
100.
Not enough, Chris.
Well, Kevin Painter won't be happy if he loses the game, even though he is through.
94.
Small is down to a finish.
Well, something's just stopped Kevin in his tracks there.
$100.
What a
Aliokar
last start that is.
112.
Gives himself a glimmer of a hope, but he may not get a go.
76.
One match start
Kevin
has
O'Carr,
come and gone
121.
for Alex Small.
1-2-1 for Kevin Painter to complete a perfect group campaign. Treating it like the most important checkout of his life, despite the fact he's already made it through to the semi-finals. Treble 17 gets the artist an arrow at the bull. And
96.
it whistles past the wire.
Aliokar 36.
And I can see in the crowd there, Mike Gillett's wife Tara had her hands buried
Game shot on the match.
because
Alex Small.
Alex Small has taken the opportunity. Oh, A little bit of needle up on the stage there between the pair. Alex Small went to shake Kevin Painter's hand, and it was almost a look away handshake from Kevin Painter, and Alex Small took umbrage to that, but it is the Welshman who bags the point in a 4-3 win. But coming up after the break, we return for the final game in Group 1.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Alex Small got the better of Kevin Painter by 4 legs to 3. Painter getting the leg that he needed to send himself through. Small moving himself onto 2 points. And so Small against Gillett is a big game at the end of Group 2. The final match of Group 1 sees Haruki Muramatsu in action up against Andreas Harrison. Watching this one in the commentary box, it's Chris Murphy and Phil Bars.
Thank you very much, Henry. The final game in Group 1, and everything is still in play here. Muramatsu is up against it.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, first leg, Haruki to through first. Game on.
Needs to win. First of all, Chris, that's the bit.
Yeah, Muramatsu, any win and he's in.
60.
Doesn't have to be by a certain scoreline, which often can be the case after a defeat, because it was 4-3 to Shane McGurk. Muramatsu's given himself a better opportunity than it looked like he was going to have, because he was 3-0 down in that match. But he's playing arguably the standout star of the week in Andreas Harrison, who had no trouble in dismissing McGurk 4-0 in tonight's opener.
No, and you just feel that this game's all about what Harrison does, because if he's at the level that we've seen, I think he'll be too much. And in their Group A stints, it is 2-1 on the head-to-head to Andreas Harrison. But I think more importantly, it was the dominance of the last 2 wins for Harrison over Muramatsu.
Yeah, he won
44
by a couple of points as well, which basically was a difference in him winning Group A compared to Muramatsu maybe taking it.
60.
Just feel the start to this
140.
game is so important for Muramatsu. He can't be chasing Harrison. Needs to keep him at arm's length all the time.
100. Haruki Okawa, 117.
First chance goes to Haruki. 17 gives him a go at tops. Over the top.
77.
Similar kind
Andreas
of shot for
Okawa,
Andreas.
116.
Is he going to be up or down? Up. Treble 20 leaves double 18. It is going to be a dart at double 18 for Dirty Harry.
Game shot on the first leg.
And that
Andreas
is what he's been
Harrison.
doing all week long, Chris. The finishing has been nothing short of world class from
Second leg,
Andreas
Andreas to
Harrison.
throw first. Game on.
Yeah, really, really hurts that Haruki Muramatsu. Harrison taking out 116 after Muramatsu missed a dart for 117.
58.
Of course, after a week-long stint here, Harrison will be going straight to Denmark to represent Sweden in the upcoming WDF World Cup.
177.
Some responses from Muramatsu. Not a 180, but as good as.
59.
Where do you stand on that? I know everyone loves a 180, but would you class the 177 in the same bracket as a max?
Absolutely, yeah. I think stats are misleading in darts. We simplify stats, don't we?
96.
But really anything 171 or above should be included as a maximum for me. You could actually see someone
59.
even by that metric produce a perfect leg without hitting what I define as a maximum, because they could do it with 3 167s. But for example, someone goes to 3 treble 18s to set up a shot. That's, if not better than a 180. Speaking of which,
180.
Go on, Paul Hinks.
Cordeka there, and Andreas Harrison has had a surprise visit, hasn't he? The guys that were sitting with Core, a few pals of his.
Yeah, it was surprised.
140.
Was unaware that they were coming, but his former sponsor Joachim and friend Christian made the trip to Portsmouth to surprise him here at the Live Lounge.
Yeah, and they live a little bit further overseas than the Isle of Wight, so nice touch.
Game shot on the
That's a nice
second
touch
leg.
for Haruki
Haruki
Muramatsu, who thought the first one was in, but had to stop himself and throw the second one into the double
Third
16
leg, Haruki
bet
to throw
get
first.
this game level
Game
and
on.
crucially get it back on throw.
Yeah, 12 dart break back from Muramatsu.
'97. '43.
Harrison started in leg one with some real purpose, but that just seems to have disappeared
85.
in the last leg and a bit, Chris.
Yeah, it's not the greatest display at the moment from Harrison, but I mean, he
140.
has come into this match. It's really almost an inconvenience, isn't it, to play this game for Andreas Harrison. He's already through. He's waiting to play his semi-final. This is kind of just like it's you know, at home when
100.
you are told to tidy up, but you realise, well, it's just going to be messy again in a while. What's the point? That's kind of this game for Andreas Harrison.
You could always do a loop when he's
85.
through and just take out a completely different set of darts to what he's used to throwing and winning with them.
Engages the mind, doesn't it? And that's, again, a game that's not significant, important, to
59.
keep yourself mentally sharp. Different darts or doing different things with the darts can actually just keep the energy going. That's what Harrison's doing here, you see, a different target. And look at the result.
171, Haruki Car 160.
Fabulous 171 to leave 62. And we'll get a go because Muramatsu has not threatened the 160.
100, Andreas Car
So for
62.
a third straight break in this match. Treble 10 would leave double 16. And rarely does he miss a couple of darts at double, but he has on this occasion, which is music to the ears of Muramatsu.
Going to get 2 darts at tops, but is that a blocker? He's not moved. Now one more at 10s.
Game shot on the third leg.
There it is.
Haruki Muramatsu.
Haruki Muramatsu leads in this game.
Well, some anxious
Fourth leg,
eyes in the
Andreas to
audience,
throw
by the
first.
way.
Game on.
Shane McGurk's family. I wonder if they ever thought they'd be sat in a darts venue cheering on a big bloke with a big bushy beard.
140.
Because that's the situation for them. They need Andreas Harrison to win to support Shane in the semi-finals. Again, one of those strange situations that
99.
we get at the Super Series where one of the players that is not on the stage is really important. This is basically Harrison playing as McGurk. Well, they didn't seem that interested at that point, did they, Phil?
I'd like to think they were there trying to work out the calculations themselves.
Well, they're like this. They're like this a lot.
140.
However, Harrison is a long way ahead after his own maximum, the second of the match. They've had one apiece. Don't hit another one now, though, Andreas. Oh, that's perfect. This is my favourite shot. Treble 13.
122.
Couldn't quite pull it off. You were talking about statistic maximum. That's my favourite shot in darts. Treble 20. Bullseye, treble 13 set up from 181.
I'm with you on that. There's just something about it in that. But Muramatsu's not done yet as he fires in his own maximum.
About 59.
Yeah, 2 for him in this game, but will it be in vain, that one? Because this is an 11 darter in prospect for Andreas Harrison.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Turning out
Andreas
to be
Harrison.
a very, very good darting duel here at the Super Series.
Fifth leg, Haruki to
Look at
throw
those
first.
numbers.
Game on.
Absolutely sensational from both players. I know he's behind in the averages, but you just feel that Harrison will create
96.
an opportunity on the Muramatsu throw. It's whether he takes it or not.
Yeah, well, he just seems to have found a bit of a golden spell, doesn't he, here? Andreas Harrison.
97.
Muramatsu will be, I think, severely disappointed if he does end up losing the game and going out, because he's obviously got plenty more to offer tonight.
137.
Do like his shirt as well.
$140.
A nice nod to his home nation in Japan, representing on the stage on a Saturday at the Super Series for the first time. Of course, Mikuru Suzuki was in action
43.
this week as well. Threatened to get here with some better stuff in Group C after a difficult Group A campaign. Did beat Muramatsu, though, earlier this week.
58.
I'd love to have heard that conversation over dinner.
Reminder, one match still to come in the group stage is Alex Small against Mike
58.
Gillett. And Alex Small's win against Kevin Painter has made it very, very difficult for Mike. He has to win in that final match 4-1 or 4-0.
43.
So Alex Small
Haruki Okao,
needs just 2 legs
167.
to join Kevin Painter in qualifying.
Yeah, and that's a mistake from Harrison. Leaves a bogey number, meaning that Muramatsu has 6 darts to get rid of this 167.
60.
needs a treble.
39.
Can't find one. So
Haruki Okawa,
Muramatsu
107.
looking at 107 for a 3-2 lead. Tops left for Muramatsu and a ton topper.
87. Andres Okawa, 124.
1-2-4 for Harrison. Remember, he's already taken out 116 in this game. And this will be sweet, not just for the Swede, but for Shane McGurk as well. Double 11. Oh,
Game
wow.
shot on the fifth
That
leg.
is a
Andreas
killer blow.
Harrison.
Dished out by Dirty Harrison. Haruki Muramatsu, having had the
Sixth leg,
opportunity
Andres to
himself,
throw first. Game on.
he's now staring down the barrel of elimination.
Absolutely sensational from Andreas Harrison.
140.
The only thing I'm disappointed we didn't get a Johnny Clayton hit a 1-2 something point left.
Yeah, I don't think that's his style, really, is it?
Not been to the Ferret School of
59.
Finishing.
Tommy Lishman in this group, he knew where the cameras were. It looks like he might be about to finish his opponent
135.
off here. Andreas Harrison now wasting no time, and Shane McGurk will be the happiest man in the building.
$100.
Minimum of 6 starts here for Harrison to get rid of 226.
$140.
140, a very good setup shot, and Muramatsu's not going to leave a finish, whatever he does here. So Andreas Harrison, 86 points to knock out Haruki Muramatsu
100.
with a
Andreas
stellar
Yuka,
showing, by the way.
86.
He's averaging still in 3 figures here. And if he does take this out, not only will Muramatsu go out, but Shane McGurk will go through.
54.
As Harrison tees up double 16 when he returns to top Group 1. All Muramatsu can do is try and apply pressure. And right now, he's not even doing that.
60. Andres Yuka, 32.
So, to seal the group,
Game shot on the
Andreas
match.
Harrison
Andreas Harrison.
tops the Group 1 table, eliminates Haruki Muramatsu, and in doing so, sends Shane McGurk through to the semi-finals here at the Super Series. A pat on the back from Muramatsu for Harrison, who put in a devilish display there, an average of 99.61 for the big Swede. Muramatsu played well himself, but it wasn't enough. No wins for him on finals night. He goes out. Harrison wins the group. Shane McGurk in second. And Kevin Painter's also through, deciding who will join him in the next match. Alex Small takes on Mike Gillett.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilley, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robert Young.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly.
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
Every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code.
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Welcome back to the Super Series. For the break, Andreas Harrison got the better of Haruki Muamatsu by 4 legs to 2, averaged just below a ton, and 2 ton plus checkouts to send Muamatsu out of the competition. Right, time for our final game of the group now. It's Alex Small in action against Mike Gillett. Gillett in need of a 4-1 victory or better to see himself through. If that's not applicable and Small gets to 2 legs, then he is into the final 4, and we will finalise our lineup for that. Right, let's get back to Chris and Phil.
Thank you very much, Henry. And here we go, the final action in the group stages of our Week 7 finals night. And all on the line here between Alex Small.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg, Alex, you're through first.
Gillett.
Game on.
And if Mike does depart, Chris, I go all the way back to game 1 against Kevin Painter
92.
in leg 1. When he had a huge opportunity.
Yeah, he missed 3 darts at double, didn't he, in that match, Mike Gillett, in that first leg after hitting back-to-back 180s in it.
45.
He hasn't thrown a dart at double since. To go back to leg 4 as well, when he missed 2 big numbers and didn't get a go at even the bullseye.
83.
Really made a mess of it. Mike Gillett there.
137.
Clean slate, and he still has a chance. It's not as big a chance as he would have hoped for. Basically, he's got 2 chances. He can either get a 4-0 win or
96.
a 4-1 win. That's it. Every other outcome favours Small.
I feel he has to win this opening leg. I just think that
59.
If Small gets that leg, I don't see Mike Gillett winning 4 on the spin.
60.
What he'd give for a max here.
Yeah, absolutely. Alex Small has left 170 this week, more than I think I've seen any other player leave that finish.
42. Alex Yokar, 170.
And if he manages to hook it, then Mike Gillett will feel like he's the one caught in the net.
96.
Small leaves 74. Mike Gillett needs a huge visit here. Another treble needed.
98. Aliokar,
I
74.
don't think it's enough.
Well, it won't matter if Small lands tops.
Game
Perfect
shot on the
start
first
for
leg. Alex Small.
Worst possible start for Mike Gillett, who now is really clinging to the cliff edge.
Second leg, Mike to through first. Game on.
Look up to the heavens. He now knows he must win 4 straight legs, or the game is up for Gillett.
83.
Absolute no room to manoeuvre from now on in for Mike Gillett. It is all or nothing for the
100.
Welshman.
$83.
It's an interesting shot there of Alec looking up to the sky, just trying to sort his breathing out. We saw a huge
57.
intake of breath there. I don't think he's settled at all this evening.
Yeah, we do see that quite a lot here. I look up to
98.
the skies here. We are in an old church here at the Super Series. Maybe they think the big man's on the balcony.
100.
We're in an old church. We know a man that can bless people in Mr. Bobby George. We could get him down on a Saturday afternoon.
125.
The reception could be the finals night.
I know he watches. Bobby. Hope you well if you are tuning in.
Absolutely.
25.
Absolute legend.
Mike Ricard,
Of the sport.
112.
Well, Mike Gillett's having it all his own way this leg. He needs these kind of legs, doesn't he? Just no pressure. And
Game
that's how
shot on the
easy it
second
is
leg.
with no
Mike Gillett.
pressure. Mike Gillett takes the first small step on that 1,000-mile journey.
Third leg, Alex to through first. Game on.
He's going to have pressure now.
139.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure the players would have gone back and worked out the equations.
54. $100.
Alex Small a couple of visits away from booking his place in the final 4.
58.
Yeah, Gillett got that leg. Is it a false dawn, false hope for Mike Gillett,
126.
who was in earlier this evening reminiscing on that glorious day? But it looks like any hopes of a repeat
45.
are fading
Aliokar,
fast here. Alex
136.
Small has, well, at least 6 darts, probably 9 darts to take out this 136.
96.
Tees up tops after 12 on his own throw. An absolute stunning leg
140.
when he needed it
Aliokar,
most.
40.
When it's tops for a place in the semi-finals.
Game shot on the third
Only
leg.
needs the
Alex
one.
Small.
Our semi-final lineup is complete, and it is Alex Small who takes that final opportunity.
Fourth leg,
Now
Mike
the
to through
question
first. Game on.
is he going to top the table?
Yeah, he can top the table as well. If
140.
he wins this 4-2 or better, Alex Small will be the group winner, and we're playing the second semi-final against Shane McGurk.
180. $30.
Oh, apologies, yeah, any win. I forgot that Kevin Painter lost. Any win would top the group, obviously.
59.
And Kevin Painter was beaten by Small, wasn't he? 4-3.
Yeah, we were trying to work out the 4-0s
97.
and the 9-dart shootout equations.
Yeah. I totally forgot Kevin Painter actually lost that match in the end. But yeah, Small will top the group if
83.
he wins the game. If he loses the game and Mike Gillett gets a victory, then it will be second place in the group for Alex Small.
134.
And that would mean playing Andreas Harrison in the first semi-final. I think he'd rather avoid that.
Yeah, I agree.
99. Mike Ricard, 100.
I also think a game between him and Shane McGurk could be quite explosive.
41. Aliukar, 80.
Yeah, might get it. Not happy with how it's gone tonight. Tops for small.
$60. Mike Ricard,
Too much
59.
in the way.
Yep. Too much tungsten. No, tops for Gillett.
39.
Can't take it.
Aliukar, 20.
And that look says it all.
And Alex Small would win both of his matches here. Double 5. Good guide.
Game shot on the fourth
very
leg.
good guide.
Alex Small.
Alex Small takes the leg, a 3-1 lead, heading towards the top of the table. So, Small
Fifth leg,
a leg
Alex
away
is
from
through
a
first.
victory. That would see him win Group 2 and
Game
play a
on.
second semi-final against Shane McGurk. Two players that have both been losing finalists here before.
100.
At the MODUS Super Series, and it would mean that Kevin Painter would end up playing in the first semi against Andreas Harrison.
Of course.
58.
They were the pair that were battling out at the top in Group C as well, so we'll know each other's game quite well.
45.
Well, that one didn't work out for the wild card.
$96. $41.
So Small not firing in this leg on his darts.
140.
But it's all a little bit too little too late for Mike Gillett.
41.
Great guy, Mike Gillett. He'll keep
177.
fighting.
I remember when we first started that he was one of the ones that benefited from
40.
living locally.
Mike
when we
Ricard,
couldn't-
30.
people weren't allowed to travel. And I always remember him saying, "Oh, thank you for having
Game
me
shot
back."
on the fifth leg.
As he
Mike
does
Gillett.
find a breaker throw in this game. Remember, he can't qualify, but he'll want to go out on a high.
Six leg Mike to throw first. Game on.
He'll want to go out with a win, irrelevant of whether he qualifies or not.
Yeah, absolutely. But not, though he may not
81.
admit it, I think Kevin Painter would quite like Mike Gillett to win this game as well. Surely he'd rather
60.
be the group winner and take on Shane McGurk than face Andreas Harrison in the semis.
100%.
61.
But yeah, going back to Mike, he was just like, "Oh, thanks for having me back." And when the world opened up and we could get other players in, he was like, "I'm surprised I was still invited back." It's
83.
like, don't do yourself a disservice here, Mike. You're here because you're a very good player.
He'd be an every series regular now, having won a week.
97.
Everyone knows what he can do now. But it won't be this week
25.
for Mike Gillett. May well sign off. With a win. Yes, he is bossing this
92.
leg as well. And he's given himself the opportunity to at least produce a bit of magic before he departs the tournament.
131. Mike
Big
Ricard,
fish to send
170.
us all the way. Not going to go. But we'll be back. Just needs to leave this
45.
handy.
$60. Mike Ricard,
Well, he's left another
125.
firework finish. Bullseye, 25, bullseye. Okay. Treble 20 for tops.
Game shot on the
Takes it out
sixth
that
leg.
way
Mike
and
Gillett.
takes it to a decider. Mike Gillett squares things up at 3 apiece with Alex Small.
Seventh
so
and
this
final leg.
leg,
Alex, you through first. Game
though
on.
it can't save Mike Gillett, will determine who wins Group 2.
85.
Gillett takes it. Kevin Painter tops a group. If Small takes it, he wins a group.
100.
Fabulous finish from Mike Gillett.
$94. $125.
It would have been a frustrating night for Mike, and it started so well. You have to go back to, again, game 1, leg 1. 180, 180 from Mike Gillett. Lost a leg after missing 3 darts at double.
56.
Didn't throw at double again in that game against Kevin Painter. And I started to show what he can do towards the end of his last game, but it will be his last game
140.
for this series.
And all of a sudden, is Mike Gillett going to win the group for Kevin Painter?
Mario Kart 136.
Yeah, it's too late for Gillett, but he may sign off in style. Double A.
128.
Almost. Alex Small here to, I was going to say to a 180 to leave double one, but he avoided that by going
58.
treble 18 with his
Mario
first goal.
Kart 8.
Mike Gillett to win it. And he does.
Game shot
Mike
on the
Gillett
match.
comes
Mike
back
Gillett.
from 3-1 behind to win 3 legs on the spin to defeat Alex Small 4-3. It won't be enough to book his place in the final 4. But it does mean that Kevin Painter does top Group 2 after that result. You just feel that Alex Small maybe took his foot off the gas when he got to 2 legs. But coming up after the break, we'll have some reaction from what we've seen.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the pool stage action has been completed. Phil Bars joins me up here on the balcony to assess what we've seen so far. And it has been so far so good as far as Andreas Harrison is concerned.
Yeah, we spoke at the top of the show and said the Group A winner was going to come here full of confidence, and he's shown that. The 1-2-4 finish when he needed it was just sublime. But he's just cool, calm and collected, isn't he? That nothing phases him. And when we've seen him up there, it's been big scoring, big finishing, but just that level of consistency he's shown. No one else here tonight has shown that consistency.
Do you feel like he's gone up a level, Andreas, from what we may have seen from him in the past?
Yeah, potentially, but I just think we're seeing more of him now, and he's getting used to these big stages. Look, he's played at such a high level for many years. We've seen him play on Euro Tour stages, PDC stages, but maybe not done it enough as in terms of there's been gaps between those performances. Now he's doing it week in, week out, coming here every series. Of course, going to go to the WDF World Cup straight off the back of here, so he's getting more opportunities to play at a good level, and I think that's bringing his game on.
Yeah, Andreas topping Group 1, and he did so by getting the better of Haruki Muramatsu by 4 legs to 2. He has been dumped out of the scene. He's had a really, really good week, just came up short tonight.
Yeah, he did, but again, it was moments of magic because he was in that game against Andreas Harrison, but the 1-2-4 on the double 11 really turned it in his tide after missing a couple of darts here and there. But look, Muramatsu's had a fabulous week, and that level of consistency that he's shown has been absolutely brilliant.
If you're Shane McGurk, how are you assessing tonight so far?
Good, bad and ugly. We've seen the lot from Shane McGurk. We've seen spells of genius. Then he's gone completely off the boil. Rescue at the end. But he's one of those maverick players that's what he does. When he's on, he's almost unplayable. But needs to find that level somewhere in between to keep himself in games that he's not in. Because game 1, he loses 4-0. All of a sudden, it's the end of the world. But he found a way to battle back and get himself back into it, but almost let that one slip. 3-0 up, back to 3-3, but then found something when it mattered. So we've seen just about everything from the Arrow tonight.
Most certainly. As far as Group 2 is concerned, it was a case of too little too late as far as Mike Gillett was concerned. That 4-0 defeat to Kevin Painter ultimately did for his chances.
Yeah, it did, but me and Chris spoke about this in commentary. It goes back to that first leg against Kevin Painter where he hit back-to-back 180s, missed 3 darts at a double, and then didn't get another go in that match, and ultimately he paid the price for 3 missed darts at a double. And I don't think he ever recovered from that, because we look at his scoring in Group B, he was so consistent, but he just lost. I think his head went because he scored so well in that opening leg, and then not to take that opportunity that was there. And I just don't think he ever recovered from that moment. I think we can pinpoint Mike Gillett's downfall tonight on that particular leg.
As for Kevin Painter, 4-0 victory against Mike and then losing out to Alex Small.
Yeah, it was, but I think, again, like Alex Small knew what he needed to do in there. It was just 2 legs and job done. I think he took his foot off the gas a little bit in there, but those games are always tough when you only need a couple of legs. It's how do you approach it, how's your mindset? But Alex Small done what he needed to do. He's got his place in the semi-final, and coming out of those groups, that's all you have to do and all you want to do. Don't care how you do it, just get to the knockout stages here on finals night.
Most certainly. And so we're going to find out in the next hour and a half who the winner of week 7 is going to be. But we never stop here, do we, at the Super Series, Phil? No,
not at all. And look, I'm looking forward to these knockout stages because we have a complex semi-final where everyone's in play, which doesn't happen very often. So I literally 2 semi-finals that could go either way.
Let's have a quick look at next week then at the Super Series, because this is, well, I think this is a really interesting lineup because there's an eclectic mix of players. Alex Spellman, who's done some amazing stuff on the CDC Tour. Neil Duff, the WDF World Champion. Jared Cole's won a development tour this year. James Richardson's doing well on the ADC Tour. Paul Nicholson coined the phrase, this is the place where worlds collide. And next week's lineup kind of has that written all over it.
Yeah, look, next week's lineup has a little bit of everything. We're looking at there on the screen now. There is talent all over the place. Look, Neil Duff comes here and always finds a way to get to Saturday nights. Can he now go one further and win a Champions Week would be the equation. But the one you spoke about there that I'm most looking forward to is Alex Spellman, because he's finished top of the CDC Order of Merit. He's going to Alexandra Palace, and some of the things that he's done on tour in America this year have been nothing short of brilliant. We've seen big averages from him consistently. If he hooks that up, he's going to be a danger, and I'm looking forward to seeing him strut his stuff here at the Live Lounge.
Most definitely, and then we'll see one of his blogs afterwards. He's one of those players that loves doing all those bloggings and things like that. Right, before we go towards our 10 o'clock action, we're going to give you something a little bit different. We've been talking all week about our referee, Paul Hinkton. Why not? He's an absolute legend of the sport, refereeing multiple World Championship finals. And, well, one thing that's also synonymous with a referee is their 180 call. Well, I mean, it's their signature moment. There's the one thing that stands them out from the rest of the field. And for Paul, well, we sat down with him earlier on this week to describe how he got to the 180. So then, the 180 call, it's the biggest call that any referee's got. It's the biggest score that there is in the sport. It's unique to every referee. Where did that 180 stem from for you?
Well, when I first started refereeing, I find that when you listen to people what actually referee, they actually like take other people off. I hold my hand up. I was one of those. I used to do my 180s like Tony Green. When I started working with the PDC, Tommy Cox said to me, "You're going to have to get your own call. That's because that's how you'll get recognised." So he asked me at the time to put the word maximum into the 180s. So I started using maximum 180, but I had to drop that because apparently I was informed that Sky said it was too long for television. So I took it away, and to actually think, how do you get a 180? And I was sat listening to the Alice Cooper song, the single that they put out called School's Out for Summer. And when it comes to the end of the single, when it goes, "School's out for summer," and I thought I can make a 180 out of that. So the 180 that I got at that time, and I'm still using now, that is where I actually got the idea from an Alice Cooper single called School's Out for Summer.
Can we have a rendition?
180!
That's perfect. I promise not to do it again. But what I can promise you is some more darts after 10 o'clock, so do join us on Sporty Stuff TV for the continuation of the action. Very good evening and welcome to the MODUS Super Series from the Live Lounge here in Portsmouth, where at around about 11:15 this evening, someone is going to find that winning double and pick up £5,000 as well as a place at Champions Week here at the Super Series. We've already seen 2 players depart following the group stage worth of action here in Portsmouth, and this is the best of the action as described by Phil Bars and Chris Murphy.
Absolute nightmare start here for Shane McGurk. But double 18 would make it the dream start for Andreas Harrison. Now, that's not a dream. He's finding this tricky, and that's why.
What a dart that is. We saw the angle. He couldn't see any of that bed, and somehow he's managed to plant one underneath the blockers as Andreas Harrison, the favourite before a dart was thrown, seals a 4-0 victory. Will it be 11 for double 16 or 3 for tops? Looks like 3. It's going to be 2 darts at tops for an early breaker throw. And remember, Mike Gillett hit back-to-back maximums in this game.
Game shot on the first
It's all irrelevant because Kevin Painter pins tops at the first time of asking. It's a breaker throw.
Looking to slot one underneath there. He does it perfectly. Scoring's been brilliant. The finishing is fine too. Kevin Painter is strutting his stuff at the Super Series. A 3-leg lead. The artist is 1 leg away
Game on.
from being pretty much home and hosed in terms of qualifying for the semi-finals.
He's got that horribly wrong, and you can see the frustration written all over his face. He doesn't give much away on the oche, but that is frustration, and it's boiled over again. He's missed 2 big numbers.
2 180s in leg 1.
25.
2 big numbers missed in what
32.
probably will be his last visit of the match. And remarkably, after that brilliant start, he hasn't had any more darts at
Game
double.
shot
Kevin Painter has hit 4 and knocked Mike Gillett for 6.
To keep his hopes alive. Is that a good guide or is it too close? Gone the other side. What a dart that
shot on the
is.
second leg.
Bumps it in off the bat.
Well, this could be the most significant moment of the night so far. Double top for Haruki Muramatsu.
Game shot on the
and that
fourth
is the
leg.
leg
Haruki
that confirms
Muramatsu.
Andreas Harrison's place in the semi-finals. The Swede is through. McGurk would have the darts in the decider, but boy, he'd be under pressure.
Game shot on the sixth
and
leg.
is under pressure.
Haruki Muramatsu.
As Muramatsu looks at 1-2-1. Treble 17 leaves the ball. Bullseye for Muramatsu. Composes. This is to send himself into the semi-finals and knock Shane McGurk out.
96.
Well, is that going to be a key moment at the MODUS Super Series tonight? Shane McGurk lost his first match 4-0, was leading this one 3-0, as he just managed to survive an almighty scare.
Game shot
He
on the
has.
match.
He gets
Shane
the win.
McGurk.
It's not the win he wanted, but it does keep him in contention. And he will, with the least amount of drama possible, secure a spot in the semis.
Yeah, tops.
Game shot on the first
Tops
leg.
is nailed, and
Kevin
Kevin
Painter
Painter is into the semi-finals.
Aliuka 84.
Remember, doesn't need to go the bullseye route here, so I can just tee it up.
Game shot on the
The
sixth
84
leg.
goes.
Alex Small.
You see the emotion. That's big from Alex Small. He's just trying to get himself going.
Treating it like the most important checkout of his life, despite the fact he's already made it through to the semi-finals. Treble 17 gets the artist an arrow at the ball.
96.
And it whistles past the wire.
Aliuka 36.
And I can see in the crowd there, Mike Gillett's wife Tara had her hands buried.
Game shot on the match.
Because
Alex Small.
Alex Small has taken the opportunity. Oh, a little bit of needle up on the stage there between the pair. Is he going to be up or down? Up. Treble 20 leaves double 18. It is going to be a dart at double 18 for Dirty Harry.
Game shot on the first leg.
And that
Andreas
is what he's
Harrison.
been doing all week long, Chris. Going to get 2 darts at tops, but is that a blocker? He's not moved. Now 1 more at 10s.
Game shot on the third leg.
There it is.
Haruki Muramatsu.
Haruki Muramatsu leads in this game.
1-2-4 for Harrison. Remember, he's already taken out 116 in this game. And this will be sweet, not just for the Swede, but for Shane McGurk as well. Double 11. Oh,
Game
wow.
shot on the fifth
That
leg.
is a
Andreas
killer blow.
Harrison.
Dished out by Dirty Harrison. So, to seal the group.
Game shot on the
Andreas
match.
Harrison
Andreas Harrison.
tops the Group 1 table. Well, Mike Gillett's having it all his own way this leg. He needs these kind of legs, doesn't he? Just no pressure. And
Game
that's
shot
how
on the
easy it
second
is
leg.
with no
Mike
pressure.
Gillett.
Mike Gillett takes the first small step on that 1,000-mile journey.
Well, it's tops for a place in the semi-finals.
Game shot on the third
Only
leg.
needs the
Alex
one.
Small.
Our semi-final lineup is complete.
Mike Ricard,
Well, he's left another
125.
firework finish. Bullseye, 25, bullseye. Okay. Treble 20 for tops.
Game shot on
Takes
the
it out
sixth
that
leg.
way
Mike
and
Gillett.
takes it to a decider. Mike Gillett squares things up at 3 apiece.
Mike Gillett to win it. And he does.
Game shot on the
Gillett
match.
comes
Mike
back
Gillett.
from 3-1 behind to win 3 legs on the spin to defeat Alex.
So that is how the group stage action panned out here at the Super Series. Watching all of the action in the commentary box, and joining me now on stage is Phil Bars. Like magic, you're back here on stage, Phil. And I'll tell you what a night it's been for Andreas Harrison so far. He's kind of picked up from where he left off on Wednesday.
Yeah, look, he smashed his way to Group A, and he's done exactly the same here tonight in Group 1. We thought his consistency would be key, and that's what it's been. It's doubling again, sensational. That 1-2-4 at 2-all was just world-class finishing. No reaction, doesn't, just cold blood, ice running through those veins. And he's going to take some beating here tonight. You feel that now we're in knockout stages, it's going to take a special performance to stop him.
And having had so much success on that PDC Nordic and Baltic tour, he can really take that experience into this.
Yeah, he's got big stage experience. We've seen it now throughout on the Euro Tour, the Nordic and Baltic. He won't be fazed by anything, and I mean anything. We could drop a nuclear bomb behind him and he'd just stand there and throw. So if someone beats him, it's going to have to be spectacular.
Well, it certainly will. So as far as that was Group 1, as far as Group 2 is concerned, Kevin Painter came out the traps absolutely flying, winning 4-0 before then getting on the wrong end of the scoreline against Alex Small.
Yeah, look, the 4-0 set him on the right path, and once you win that first one 4-0, the worst you can do is a 9-dart shootout, so you've got a little bit of breathing space. Then I thought, for a game and a half, I thought his temperament was sensational. Maybe dipped off a little bit towards the end against Alex Small when, okay, he's already through, so you can kind of live with that. But we saw, certainly in his first game, the Kevin Painter of the last 3 games from yesterday, that scoring power was there, that finesse on the doubles was there. So again, big stage experience that Kevin Painter has, he could be a danger.
As far as Alec is concerned, how would he assess this evening?
Erratic, but that's Alex Small. When it's good, it's very good. But when the radar's off, they do go wayward because he is so quick. But he's got enough in there. He's explosive. He can put a 3 or 4 leg burst together and take a match away from absolutely anyone because of that scoring power. But it has to be on 100%, where Andreas Harrison will be consistent. Small will just go all or nothing.
Well, let's have a look then and see how everything ended up as far as the pool stage action is concerned. These are the 2 tables from the 2 groups that were in play. Andreas Harrison and Kevin Painter winning both of their respective groups. Shane McGurk and Alex Small in second place. Now, that means that the 2 winners are going to have advantage of throw in their respective semi-finals. Andreas Harrison and Kevin Painter in 1 and 2 respectively. And they'll take on the runners-up, Shane McGurk and Alex Small. And it is going to be Andreas Harrison against Alex Small, which is going to kickstart our semi-final line. And considering Alec played the last game of the group, and considering he lost that last game 4-3, how quick has he got to just try and get over that and put it to the back of his mind?
He has to put it to the back of his mind. If he dwells on it and thinks about it, he's going to be in trouble, because we know what Andreas Harrison is all about. I said earlier, consistency. And he's going to be at a level that Alex Small has to match dart for dart. He can't have an off leg, he can't have an off couple of legs, because then he's asking too much of himself to get back into these games. I think it's a real intriguing game. It's a contrast of styles, which is always good in any sport. We always say styles make fights and everything like that in boxing terms, but it's the same in darts. if you get two different styles, we all know when two quick players play each other, it flows. This one's not. It's going to be uncomfortable for Alex because of the pace of Andreas Harrison. That's something else he has to deal with.
Well, the players are already just in the background there, so we better depart this stage and let them get on there. This being played in front of a crowd here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And if you want to be a part of it on a Saturday evening, well, take a look at this. And on Solheim Cup weekend, it's time to tee off with our semi-finals here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. First up to the hockey, it is Andreas Harrison up against Alex Small. And alongside Phil Bars in the commentary box, it's a very good evening to Chris Murphy.
Good evening, everybody. Yes, it is semi-final time here at the Super Series as we look for another weekly winner, and Andreas Harrison looks like he is the man most likely to be just that. He takes on Alex Small. Let's not write him off. He's been to a final before. In fact, he's been within one leg of being a Super Series champion. The Welshman is in a showdown with the Swede, Dirty Harrison. Andreas, with some support in the audience in Portsmouth tonight, looking to move a step closer to glory. But will Small manage to cut him down to size? Not yet a winner here, but has been a champion of champions. And Phil, that takes some doing,
ladies and gentlemen, first leg, Andreas
Absolutely.
first.
That best of three all the way through. It's a long day, so anyone that wins the Red Dragon Champions of Champions cannot be discounted. But it is going to be a contrast of styles, as I said to Henry there, and Alex Small is going to have to deal with that, which is going to be interesting to see.
140.
Yeah, Small in the end, coming second in Group 2.
60.
It was a 4-3 win and a 4-3 defeat. Beating Painter, losing to Gillett. Painter in action next against Shane McGurk.
100.
Paul Hinks, our referee. Now, viewers on YouTube would have seen that incredible story
85.
where his 180 call came from. If you didn't see it, you're tuning in for the semi-finals on Sporty Stuff TV. It is shared on our Modus Super Series YouTube channel. So go and have a look and find out the quite remarkable
40.
story of how Paul Hinks, that man there, got his now iconic 180 call. Some story, isn't it, Phil?
It is, and that's the first time I'd heard it as well. And it's
100.
It's really, really good because some people, I'm guessing, just develop theirs, tinker with it, and that. But there's an actual story and a plot behind it, which is brilliant.
Yeah, give it a watch. Modus Super Series YouTube channel. Give
100.
us a subscribe while you're there as well. Plenty of exciting content and all of the live arrows action here at the Super Series.
140.
Right
Andreas
now,
Ricard,
it's
121.
the day job or the night job as it is here. And he might be calling game shot after this visit from Andreas Harrison. That won't be the case.
Alex Small will return for 116.
116.
We know he's a player that will go upstairs first because it leaves his beloved double 18. Needs a treble, finds it.
Game shot in the
blood
first
for
leg.
Alex Small, and it is a breaker throw. We see the fist pump there from the Welshman. He knows how big that could be. It's a tongue-topper in leg one. Advantage Small.
Game on.
Stepping towards a final again. Last time he got there, he was beaten by Adam Warner, who went on to get his PDC Tour card the following January. was a memorable night of the MODUS Super Series, not least because Warner had been joined by a busload of students from Sheffield who decided to storm the stage at the end of the evening.
Stormed the stage, lost the darts. We had it all that night.
93.
I do like the story behind Adam Warner as well, with the uni darts collection and everything like that. I think it's a really nice one.
Yeah, actually, the money he won, the £5,000 first prize, he invested to go to Q School.
58.
All worked out for him. Not sure we'll see similar style of celebrations if Andreas Harrison wins. He might crack a smile.
I like how he said
140.
Well, he's on 96 after 9 darts, so he's got plenty to be happy about in this leg. And this is what he's done all week. Someone's thrown a good leg or a good finish against
Andreas
him.
Wilkan,
He hasn't
96.
really cared. He's just bounced back in the next leg and the next match and keeps doing things like this.
Yeah, his temperament is just incredible up there. He has his throw broken, but just responds
88.
like another leg, like he's going for a walk in the park.
Double 4 when he returns for a 13 darter. We saw him have back-to-back 13 darters.
125. Andreas
Win of
Wilkan,
the
8.
evening, then a brilliant performance against Haruki Muramatsu to maintain a perfect night. Been a great week for him, winning Group A. Now double 2.
Game shot on the second
last
leg.
in hand,
Andreas
bails him out there.
Harrison.
Andreas Harrison, just as we said, break straight back, game back.
Third
on
leg,
throw,
Andreas to through first.
advantage.
Game on.
Andreas.
And you can see the look that Alex Small there, looking down. You just feel that it'll be eating him up. That the fact he
100.
found the break opportunity, took it, but then was unable to hold. And that's the frustration from him.
60.
I always find it quite interesting, the Alex Small choice of arrow. Andreas Harrison uses sort of really tapered darts that work for
100.
him, but Alex Small with clearly imprinted on the barrel MVG. So Michael van Gerwen barrels, and then Gerwin Price stems. And he threw the darts like MVG there.
You're moulding two players together. It's not a bad two to have, is it?
140.
Absolutely. Absolutely sensational, this.
180.
From Alex
Andreas
Small.
Wilkan, 161.
Back-to-back 180s. Basically, through one visit like Van Gerwen, the next like Price.
45. Ali Wilkan, 81.
For a third consecutive break of throw in this game, 81. And it is his
shot on the
beloved
third
double
leg.
18
Alex
that
Small.
bails him out once again. 45-36. The Welshman is back in front.
Fourth leg, Alex to
11
throw
dart
first.
leg that
Game
for
on.
Alex Small. 2 maximums in it. Averaging now 10 points more than Andreas Harrison. And that average is only
140.
heading in one direction at the moment. Alex Small is going big in the semi-finals.
$100.
And this is one of those turbocharged
100.
boosts we were talking about earlier, Chris, that he has these in the locker.
Yeah, the Andreas Harrison temperament may be put to the test here because Small is in a spin at the moment, a real whirlwind
60.
from the wild card, just tearing through this game.
91.
And it may be the speed that sees off the Swede.
Fantastic use of the 17s there to leave the big fish, and he's left it once again. By my
100.
calculations, that's the
Ali
third or
Wilkan,
fourth time tonight he's
170.
left it.
Yeah, it's the 170th time he's left it this week, actually. May have exaggerated slightly, but keep leaving it. Eventually, you're going to take it out, aren't you?
118.
Rule number 1, Chris, you know, never let the truth get in the way of a good story.
I wonder if he'll go 16 for double 18 when he comes back.
58.
2 from 2 on double
Ali
18 at the
Wilkan,
moment, so it
52.
wouldn't surprise me.
That's exactly what he attempts. Doesn't hit. Double 9.
43.
Fails to find that.
Now, we may come back to that particular dart in a minute, because with Harrison not on a finish,
59.
leaving 9 is questionable.
9.
Double 4. To make it not matter, to answer the question,
5.
but the
Andreas
question mark is still there.
124.
And it may turn into an exclamation mark if Andreas Harrison takes this out.
We saw him do this in the group. Are we going to see it again?
99.
With the wire away from the bullseye.
Well, there are his friends that have come over to watch. Real head scratcher for them, the fact he missed. But
2.
Alex Small keeps missing.
Andreas Yukar, 25.
He keeps missing from double 18 to double 9, and then 2 more in another visit, 3 more in that visit. That's 7 darts missed in this leg. But
9.
still he hasn't been punished. And this is uncharacteristic for Andreas Harrison, whose finishing has been on point all week.
Yeah, this is the first slip in the finishing that we've seen from Harrison. But that's miles away.
Game shot on the
Gets
fourth
there
leg.
in the end.
Alex Small.
But Alex Small, that should have been so much more comfortable than it was. He made that leg difficult.
Fifth leg, Andreas is through
But
first.
now,
Game
Andreas
on.
Harrison, the favourite at the start of the night, has to win 3 straight legs, or it's an early exit.
It took him 10
60.
darts to hit that double, but he was allowed it by the rare sort of
45.
uncharacteristic missing from Andreas Harrison in that department. A
60.
reminder, this is the first semi-final on finals night of week 7 of MODUS Super Series 5. The second
45.
features Shane McGurk, a former finalist, and a man known to every darts fan around the land, Kevin Painter, looking to pick up his first MODUS Super Series title.
96.
Yeah, and Alex Smalls, I think he's thinking about those missed darts at a double. Although he won
60.
the last leg, I think it's playing on his mind because all of a sudden the radar has gone and those blitzes that we talk about all of a sudden isn't there.
And Andreas Harrison will keep plodding on, and at maximum is top plodding. 105 when he
60.
comes back.
Andreas Yukar,
plenty of time to
105.
do it, with Small not even halfway through the leg after a dozen darts. Options. Double 16.
73. 57. Andreas
Alex
Yukar,
Small's
32.
not threatening the Harrison throw whatsoever as Dirty Harry comes back.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Does find
Andreas Harrison.
double 16. It's only a hold, and this is the leg. Alex Small has the
Sixth leg,
darts
Alex to
to
throw
book a
first.
place
Game on.
in the week 7 final.
Perfect start to what he hopes is the last leg, but
100.
fails to find a bedfellow and will be disappointed with that.
It's wild
45.
from Harrison. The first dart was wayward and never recovered. But he's pulled that so low, he's taken a step back, Chris. I don't think that was ever settled in his hand.
I think he had a look over his shoulder. I don't know if he heard a noise or something there,
31.
or whether it is just a conversation with himself. Now Andreas Harrison's retrieving that pound coin that he dropped earlier. You'd left something on stage, Phil.
Did feel a bit lighter walking back in
100.
it.
$60.
Well, maybe that's what it was, because if he'd dropped his flight or whatever it was that he picked up, he might have sort of actually moved towards where Alex Small was standing. It may have just caused a bit
100.
of vibration on the stage of something when we saw Small sort of look over his shoulder.
He's
not
140.
looking back now, he's looking forward, and once again he leaves 170. And how fitting would it be if that was a shot that sealed him a place in the final?
Harrison needs a treble here.
60.
Can't
Elliot
find
Carr,
one. So Alex
170.
Small will have 6 darts to book a place in the final.
58.
Well, not the greatest bite taken out of it. And Harrison
100.
does leave
Elliot
himself
Carr,
on a
112.
2-darter. So treble 19. And still to leave Old Faithful. Double 18 for Alex Small.
76.
Missed start
Andreas
to reach the
Wilcar,
final.
96.
Harrison has dodged a bullet. Can he send us all the way? He's going to get 2 darts. One more at double 9.
Game
And there it is. It is
six-leg.
punished, and we get a rare
Andreas Harrison.
celebration from Andreas Harrison. Alex Small misses a match dart.
7th and
Harrison
final leg. Andreas
steps in
through first.
and punishes.
Game on.
Nice sporting showing between the pair of them before this decider gets going. But Andreas Harrison now has the darts, now has the advantage. Small miss one. to book
59.
his place in a final, but no treble with his opening 3.
I know they're only a guide, but for the first time, the Harrison average
100.
is above the Alex Small one as well.
Yeah, it's been the first real signs for particularly Andreas Harrison that there has been some tension, but that checkout, that brilliant 96, really
100.
has been the story of his week.
$60.
He would be, and is at this point the only player that is unbeaten tonight, Andreas Harrison.
I know that the players have a better angle than we do, but I question
100.
that last start from Alex Small. I'm not sure how much he could see of that treble, and he's tried to just fire one through the middle. Ooh.
Yeah, that's a wild one.
28.
Yeah, and I mean, it's something we've talked about for these speedy players. They'd have these little spells, and when it runs out, it does tend to run out for a spell of time as well. And maybe Alex Small's
100.
floppy spell is coming at the wrong time.
Harrison is down to a finish.
100.
And he's going to get 6
Andreas
darts to
Wilcar,
book his place in the
142.
final. Remember, Alex Small has missed a dart for his place. Now it's up to the Super Swede.
37.
That's a bit of a slip. That really is a slip. This opens the door for Alex Small. Harrison will get a go, of course, at the 105. A treble here
59.
puts pressure on.
Andreas
Can't
Wilcar,
really apply
105.
any.
Harrison, 105 for a place in the final. No, he can't do it.
45.
But this would be a roof raiser
Elliot
from
Carr,
Small.
154.
Options. Treble 19. And another. Oh, wow. Double top. Oh, a
114.
wire bender from Alex Small
Andreas
for a
Wilcar,
supersized
60.
finish. And now Harrison will get his go.
20 for tops. One more for the Swede.
Game
And
show
there
of
it
the
is.
match.
Andreas
Harrison.
Harrison is in the final. We see emotion from both players. Alex Small is absolutely devastated. He's missed 2 match starts in 2 different legs to do it. And Dirty Harry is in the final. The Group A winner is still undefeated here this evening. And there we have the stats. 84.08 for Harrison. But we look at it, 3 from 14 was the undoing from Small in that one. But coming up after the break, semi-final number 2.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and boys, a night of tension here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Andreas Harrison may well have played his get-out-of-jail free card. On the back of his shirt, it says, "Do I feel lucky?" Well, he had to dodge some bullets there against Alex Moore in that first semi-final.
Yeah, that semi-final that was full of drama, full of incident. Both had chances to win it. I've just walked, obviously, back up through the practice room to come here. Alex Moore is unconsolable, head in his hands. He is absolutely devastated. 2 match starts across 2 legs missed. But Andreas Harrison doing what Andreas Harrison does, win games, cool, calm and collected. And we even saw a celebration from him.
We did. We saw the relief now. Alex Moore, just prior to this, missed tops for a 1-5-4 finish to get the job done. And Harrison, last dart in hand, pinning the tops. And it was relief more than anything else.
Yeah, look, 3-1 down, he's up against it. But it's something we've spoken about a lot with these speed merchants, that when they're on, they're almost unplayable. And that little blitz that Alex Moore put together was sensational. When they come off, the radar completely goes, and it's hard to then recalibrate and get back. And that's what we saw from 3-1. Alex Moore never really threatened in a leg. Yes, he had moments of magic, wiring tops for the 1-5-4, but in those other legs, it was consistent. We had an 11 darter, a 13 darter, but they just went missing after that.
And just quickly, our second semi-final sees Kevin Painter in action against Shane McGurk. And, well, for both players, this is a real big opportunity knocking.
Huge opportunity, and literally a 50-50 game. In their group stage, we saw the good and the bad from both players. Which one can hold it together up there for the next 7 legs is going to be interesting, because you can make a case for both players. But will Kevin Painter's experience just come to the fore and get him over the line, or will it be that explosiveness from Shane McGurk? It's a really intriguing game.
Should be good fun finding out, shouldn't it? Right, Phil's going to make his way down to the commentary box to describe all of the action with Chris Murphy. Hello, Chris.
Yeah, Kevin Painter and Shane McGurk looking to battle it out to join Andreas Harrison in tonight's final. Painter, who, well, started the night in style, a 4-0 win against Mike Gillett that put him pretty much already at this stage. He then ended up losing out to Alex Small 4-3. Small in turn has lost 4-3 to both Gillett, and then in the semi-finals, Andreas Harrison, meaning that it's Harrison that will meet the winner of this one. But will it be the former Players Champion Kevin Painter, or will it be Shane McGurk, the Arrow of Ireland, former winner on the development tour, Paul Hinks?
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Referee.
First leg, Kevin to throw first.
Underway.
Game on.
In this race to 4 and fight for the final. Both players have actually been in semi-finals here at the Super Series before. Both players have won semi-finals here at the Super Series before, but
60.
neither have gone all the way.
Just walked back through the practice room, Chris, and
121.
Almost unconsolable in there.
Yeah, I can imagine. Difficult.
140.
Looking forward to this one, though. This is a real intriguing game, because both
82.
players have got strengths and weaknesses. It's a case of which one can find the most composure, I feel.
55.
Couple of trebles here for McGurk, and he'll steal the darts in the opening leg, and that's
135.
exactly what he's done. Although it leaves a bogey, he's in a nice position on the Kevin Painter throw, unless this is huge.
140.
Well, it's big enough to give Kevin a good chance of getting the leg in the ledger himself. I have to say, I've been really impressed with Kevin Painter tonight. And
57.
to be fair, towards the
Kevin
back end of last
106.
night, all McGurk can do is leave the same finish, so you'd have to say it's advantage the artist here.
Yeah, both on 106, but Kevin Painter will get first go.
Was looking for the treble 17 there, Kevin Painter. 106, one of those finishers where nobody really knows where
82.
it's best to start.
Shane your car 106.
Does tee up a double, unless McGurk.
But that's one of the reasons, because nearly everywhere you go, there's somewhere next door that means you can't leave a finish.
66. Kevin Carr 24.
Had he gone the other side, of course, he'd still have had the chance. But Painter is reprieved here. Double 12. And still. And
Game shot of the first
Kevin
leg.
Painter.
Kevin Painter.
Paul's first blood in this semi-final showdown.
Used the
Second
guide
leg
so
change
well
to
there.
first. Game on.
Last darts. And the artist holds and is in front.
60. $44.
That's dragged a long way low from Shane
59.
McGurk. He's not sorted out his first dart, and he is one of these players that very much is a first dart merchant, and he hasn't adapted in this game yet.
It's worth remembering
60.
as well that the very first match of the night saw Shane McGurk lose 4-0. He would have been really disappointed at that point. He lost 4-0 to Andreas Harrison, who could rather poetically meet in the final
94.
this evening.
Yeah, and you have to feel, whoever it is, whether it's Kevin Painter or Shane McGurk, that
100.
Andreas Harrison will go off as favourite because of what we've seen, not only in Group A, but here this evening as well.
Yeah, there was just the odd little chink in that match against Alex Small. The first time we've really seen it, and of course had to survive a couple of match
57.
starts. The big Swede.
First time we saw genuine emotion from him, though, as well.
57.
Perhaps he is human after all.
Yeah, we don't see much emotion from Kevin Painter either, do we, Phil?
No, it's hard to work out what he's feeling on the hockey.
140.
Always animated Aerosmith that is the artist. Certainly leaves an impression on the stage every time he's on it. Shane McGurk looking to leave one here. 91
100.
remaining for parity.
Shane your car 91.
Good rescue for tops.
71. Kevin Carr 140.
All of a sudden, there's a potential break opportunity, but it's a big one, and it's not going to go. And that look of disgust from Kevin Painter says it all.
He's even disgusted when he hits the treble, because he's thinking, why did I not hit the treble with the first start? Then I'd still have the opportunity, but the opportunity goes to Shane
83.
McGurk.
Shane your car 20.
Double 10 for a level game.
Game shot on the second
Level
leg.
game
Shane
it
McGurk.
is. In our wonderful world of fantasy darts, when
Third
we'd
leg
like
Kevin
to see
to throw first. Game
players
on.
play against each other through the ages, I'd love to see Gerwin Price against prime Kevin Painter.
Yeah, I'm sure they met a few times, but not with Painter at his prime.
140.
Just thinking about who else here at the Super Series would give Painter a bit of a run for his money in terms of expression and animation.
Tommy
100.
Morris.
That would be an interesting shootout, wouldn't it, with Tommy the Gun? Robert Thornton, but in different ways. Doesn't have the same sort of aggression as Kevin
95.
Painter, but certainly wears his feelings on his face.
Yeah. From his time in our Southampton venue, Richie Bennett
96.
would be a shout.
Now, I'm not sure that if Richie Bennett would be safe on that stage. Well, his opponents wouldn't be anyway. They might end up in the audience.
96.
The kids of today will never understand, but the old Buckaroo game.
Oh, absolutely. Good call. Good leave as well by Kevin Painter. 170. This would be a good leave for Shane McGurk as well. He leaves
138.
167. So Painter on the biggest finish. Shane McGurk on one just as difficult. arguably more difficult.
Yeah, you summed that up there. I think the 167 is more difficult.
140. Shane car 167.
I like that from Kevin Painter as well. It's like, I'm just going to leave a double. I don't care what it is. I just want to book my place in the final.
133. Kevin car 30.
2 very rare doubles left.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Shane car
Painter
34.
particularly got the maths wrong. He just fancied following in the treble 20, didn't he, to leave double 15. But that's the price you pay for the gamble. Well, Shane McGurk's tried to split it here to leave a much easier double, but he's left one just as hard and actually partially blocked as well.
4.
And that did flick
Kevin
the flight off the
Yukar,
dart in
30.
double 2. A real mess from McGurk there.
Yeah, catalogue of errors.
Both players have paid the price for leaving those dodgy doubles. Painter perseveres. Well, now he's found double 2 to leave another dodgy
Game shot
double,
of
but
the
this one
third leg.
goes. What a bizarre
Kevin
end to that
Painter.
leg.
What is going on here at the
Fourth
live
leg
rounds
change to
tonight?
first. Game on.
Dodgy doubles all over the place.
We saw darts thrown at double 17, although I'm not sure whether it was thrown at double 17 or not, but it was certainly left. Double 15 by both
125.
players and double 13 in the end. And in that spell, they both hit double 2.
$122. $95. $43.
You just feel that it's either going to take a moment of magic or an absolute mistake in this game.
59. $135.
Well, Painter has the advantage in legs. McGurk should have the advantage in this leg, but you'd feel needs a treble in this visit. Oh, this got to go to the 18s, and he gets a
94.
treble. But I'm not sure. This leg's in the balance.
Yeah, a couple of trebles here from Kevin Painter. It's not going to happen.
60. Shane your car 128.
Should start 18s here. I always feel, although you have to start the 18s, sometimes getting the treble is at disadvantage.
Now it's simple, isn't it? Treble 20 in the bullseye.
$58. Kevin your car
Well, again there,
141.
90 left, and he's gone for a treble 20. They're just determined to leave weird doubles, this pair. And when I say weird doubles, I mean the odd numbers ones, which means that if you go for it and go inside, you're left dodgy. But this is not odd from Kevin Painter.
129.
Excellent.
Shane your car 70.
It was almost that moment of magic we were talking about. But McGurk coming back at 70. Going to get 2 at tops to level us up at 2 apiece. 1 at 10s. Now he's chasing.
Game
but he
shot
finds
of the
it.
fourth leg.
Gets the celebration from McGurk. Painter missed the dart for the 1-4-1.
Fifth leg Kevin to
Shane
third
McGurk
first. Game on.
steps in. 2 apiece.
Andreas Harrison awaits in
91.
the final. Basically in that old News of the World format now. Best of 3 to see who joins him.
41.
You just feel that this one's got a last leg decider written all over it.
And Kevin Painter just repairing the damage there.
$135.
Such a good career, a CV that so many players would wish they had. Kevin Painter's runner-up in the Championship League, a semi-finalist in the UK Open.
100.
Multiple times a quarter-finalist at the Grand Prix. Quarter-finalist at the match play. Played in the Premier League, of course. World Championship finalist.
95.
And then finally, in 2011, he got his big TV title when he won the Players' Championship finals.
Yeah, it's been an absolute glittering career at the highest level from the artist, and I still remember that World Final. Still an incredible game
125.
at the Circus Tavern. That low ceiling, the atmosphere was there.
140.
See a couple of games earlier in the week when Kevin Painter really picked up the pace. He's not quite on that super speed yet, but he did really race to the hockey in that
85.
previous visit.
Kevin Newcar, 40.
Not so much this time as he's going for a double. Look at the snarl on the face.
I'd play the percentage numbers here.
Oh, he'll just go for it.
35.
But your
Shane
argument
Newcar,
now looks good because he's going to have to
150.
waste a dart.
And that's why I play the percentage numbers.
Well, Painter's got to be very careful now about the first dart.
58. Kevin Newcar, 5.
A big one. That's perfect. Now, when you've thrown such a good dart, stepping back, you just break the range a little bit. I would have just carried on. I don't know why we're saying what we'd do.
One.
It's about what he'd do. But what he's done
Shane Newcar,
is missed.
92.
Double-double. 2 18s, 2 double 18s. Grimace there from Shane McGurk. A touch of the Kevin Painters from Shane.
Rubbing off on that stage.
52.
This has been a bit of a nervy
Kevin
affair,
Newcar,
hasn't
4.
it? Painter's actually had twice as many darts at double as Shane McGurk. He's missed a dozen darts at double now in this match, Kevin Painter. Double 2, big moment. Double 1. And he
Game shot of the
finally
fifth
nails
leg.
it, and that could
Kevin
be
Painter.
such a significant dart for Kevin Painter's quest to be a champion here at the Super
6 leg
Series.
change to throw first.
The
Game
artist
on.
is one leg away from the Week 7 final. Shane McGurk now has to win 2 on the spin. It is all or nothing
100.
for McGurk.
Kevin Painter will think, looking at those stats, that he should have this match wrapped up already. 13 darts missed at double. More than twice as many thrown at the
140.
outer ring as his opponent.
Shane McGurk is up against it here. That 140 from Painter was piled on the
57.
pressure early on in this leg. And is this the chance that the artist needs, craves, to set up a
80.
meeting with Andreas Harrison?
Last time he got to the final, he was beaten 4-0 by Matt Clark. He stormed off the stage. He was really deflated and disappointed and questioned whether or not he could motivate himself
58.
to do it again. He's been back a couple of times since, Kevin Painter. But now he's as close as ever to getting there again and getting the chance to put
58.
right the wrong.
Only problem is he's got a super Swede waiting for him in the final.
And that will be a contrast of characters, won't it? Andreas Harrison and Kevin Painter. But Shane McGurk wants to stay in the matter yet.
99.
He does move ahead. Painter has these in hand. and should be on a finish first. Well, I say should. Now he's going to have to find something. And he has found something. Last start in hand.
But a 2 treble visit here from McGurk. Not that treble.
48.
Made a mess of it. And
Kevin Nuccar
Painter now his
138.
firm favourite.
Yeah. Similar finishers, but Kevin Painter first go at it. 138.
Do you know anyone who took that out before?
Heard the story a few times, but didn't do it this way. It might be the Painter way. It could be the way he reaches a final. Double 12 for Kevin Painter
and a match.
to seal
Kevin
the spot
Painter.
in style. A fabulous 138 finish. Sees the artist reach the final once again here at the Super Series. And he's very, very happy about it. He's going to take on Andreas Harrison in the big money match. Kevin Painter missed loads of darts at double in that game, but sealed it with one of the checkouts of the evening. So the final is set. It will be Andreas Harrison against Kevin Painter.
And so, 10 months on from his last final appearance, Kevin Painter is back in the final two, thanks to a 4-2 victory before the break against Shane McGurk. And Phil, there's only one place to start, that 1-3-8 finish.
Wow, absolutely stunning from Kevin Painter. And where did he pull that from? Because both players, the composure seemed to have gone. We saw daft doubles all over the place. We had missed starts at double 15, double 17, but Kevin Painter showed that class is still there. Yes, it's not consistent anymore, but it's still there, and it's just tapping into it. And look, what a majestic finish that was, and what a way to book your place in the Week 7 final.
And that's a couple of times Kevin Painter's done that this week now, where you thought he might be in a little bit of a hole, he might be in a little bit of danger, and then he pulls out something from the top drawer.
No more so than his Group B campaign. Like we alluded to at the top of the show a few hours ago, I thought he was done with 3 games to go, but he found something. He went to the well and found 2 90-plus average and a ton top and average in a must-win game. He's going to have to do something similar again in tonight's final, because Harrison is the favourite, rightfully the favourite, but this is Kevin Painter. Do we write him off? Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. We'll talk about that final a little bit more in just a second. But first, let's have a look and see who's involved next week at the Super Series. Now, you know I love a little fact, Phil, about the Super Series. Now, 2 of the last 4 winners at the Super Series have come from Week 8. Luke Littler in the last series, Conan Whitehead in Series 1 won Week 8. In fact, Jacob Taylor, who made it to the final of Series 3, his qualification week was Week 8. So I'm not trying to put any pressure on anybody here, but it's a lot to live up to.
Oh, there is. And you just look at all the names on that list. It is incredible that every one of them has done something here. We've got weekly winners. We've got people that have got to the final. They all can't do that again. So there's going to be disappointment, but it's going to be disappointment of the highest quality, because I'm just look at that week and it can't not be good. I know we hype it up, but it has to live up to expectation with the players on show.
And they're all looking to join this elite cast of names that have already seen their way into Champions Week. It began with Matt Clark and Darryl Pilgrim becoming the first 2 players to make it through to 3 Champions Weeks. Conan Whitehead, the former champion, is back in the mix. And Anton Östlund, who perhaps when we saw him first time here, we saw little bits of, but maybe not too much, has won a week here, has gone on to the Euro Tour and won on his debut.
He was absolutely sensational in Budapest this weekend on the Euro Tour, and it's just another tick in the box to everyone that says, come and play here because it will improve your game. It's a week of competitive darts at the highest order, and it just transforms you. It switches the mind on. And Anton Östlund was sensational in Budapest this weekend. I'm looking forward to Champions Week already. It's got a nice mix in there. Look, Darryl Pilgrim will grab all the headlines because of that week here was just absolute world class. However, he's not going to have it all his own way.
Most certainly not. Right, from one street to another, because Andreas Harrison is in the final, taking on Kevin Painter. Now, for a country like Sweden to have 2 players through to Champions League, it would say a lot about what's happening on the Nordic and Baltic Tour. I know we've mentioned this a couple of times tonight, but the work that people, for example, like Dean Moss are doing out in that region, is bearing real fruit now.
Oh, yeah, look, it's a developing area, but we're seeing that now develop and flourish. We see them coming back to the World Championships all the time, at the World Cup. Here at the Super Series, it's just that continuing variation of players that are developing and learning to enjoy the sport, learning to win and backing themselves. There's now a route that you can come and play competitive darts, whether that's here, Nordic and Baltics. There's a route, there's a clear pathway for the players in that region, which they haven't had for a long time, so it's great to see.
As for Kevin Painter, he's got his shot at redemption now, following that defeat to Matt Clark back in January.
He has. My only worry is that he played in the second semi-final, which is always tough. Andreas Harrison won here. He's had time to go backstage, settle down, calm the nerves, prepare. Kevin's literally whisked off the stage, has to go and bull up, and the turnaround time is very, very small. So he has to manage those emotions in himself. So we know it's something that he doesn't do particularly well at times. He wears his heart on his sleeve, but he's going to have to manage that, and hopefully he gets it right. And if he does, we're in for a great final.
But these are the moments they play for, right?
Yeah, look, absolutely. Look, there's so much at stake tonight. £5,000 and a spot in Champions Week where you're playing for £20,000. Those opportunities don't come along every day. So both of them are going to have to grasp this with both hands.
Well, Phil, we'll let you get down to the commentary box to describe all the action with Chris Murphy. Our final is set. It's a battle of England versus Sweden as Kevin Painter takes on Andreas Harrison. And this is going to be quite the matchup. Let's head down to the commentary box. Phil's alongside Chris.
And that is what the pair are trying to get their hands on. The Super Series Weekly Winners Trophy. Would it be Andreas Harrison, the beard to be feared here this week, the winner of Group A, who has remained unbeaten on finals night? Or will the artist finally lift that trophy himself? Painter, who has really pulled it out towards the back end of the week, has had his trials and tribulations, as always is to be expected with the former Players Champion. Looking to seal his spot at Champions Week. Andreas Harrison went off as the favourite tonight. Will go off as favourite in the final, but the tenacity, the darting defiance, the
Thank you, ladies and
aggression
gentlemen.
of
First
the
legs,
artist Kevin
Andreas to
Painter
through first.
means that he will
Game on.
certainly be up for this. The calm demeanour of Andreas Harrison against the always animated antics of Painter in a race to 4 legs.
60.
For the trophy, the £5,000 and a place at Champions Week.
Everything on the line, Chris.
95.
I know that you, Phil, before the
140.
evening, said that Painter was decent value, felt that Andreas Harrison was a worthy favourite, but on the evidence you've now witnessed across the matches tonight, where's your 50 pence?
85.
I'm going for Andreas Harrison's consistency. I just think leg on leg, he will create too many opportunities, and I'm not sure
100.
Kevin can keep him at arm's length. I think having won the ball is huge, and I just think that he will create opportunities.
85.
Yeah, it is an important point, actually, that winning the bull before the final. Of course, for the rest of the week, it's predetermined.
100.
Fair during the group stages. And then you get the advantage by winning your group for the semi-finals, which both of these players did.
And the other bit, obviously, I spoke to Henry on the balcony about it.
Andreas, your
I
car
think playing in the first
101.
semi-final is a huge advantage because you get to go back, settle yourself down, and recompose yourself, where Kevin will still be on that high and adrenaline rush.
65.
Yeah, Painter can't finish here, so that's no trouble for Andreas Harrison. Eye roll from Kevin Painter, knowing that this is too late.
126. Andreas, your car 36. Game shot on the first leg.
It was
Andreas
too late for Kevin
Harrison.
Painter. Harrison manages to
Second leg, Kevin, you through first. Game
the
on.
first leg in the ledger.
$100.
In the group stages earlier this week, Kevin Painter's actually beaten Andreas Harrison in the last couple of meetings. They met in Group A. Harrison, in that group, only lost 3 matches. 2 of them were
45.
against Kevin Painter.
You get the sense as well that Andreas Harrison will know those kind of stats. I think he's kind of a darts geek when it comes to things like that. He'll remember defeats to certain players.
Yeah, he's going to be travelling directly to
41.
Denmark after this tournament to represent Sweden in the WDF World Cup. And
85.
it's going to be a brilliant night for him. He was surprised by his friends. We mentioned it earlier. Christian and Joachim in the audience watching Andreas Harrison. Will they be lucky charms? They're sitting with another player that was in action in that Group A,
60.
called Decker. And there they are. the same amount of emotion as Harrison himself exudes. They just all expect him to
101.
win, it seems, don't they? No panic.
Well, in that semi-final, that's the most animated I've ever seen Andreas Harrison.
60. Kevin O'Carr,
Well, this will
170.
get Painter going. I think he would have been tempted had he found a couple of trebles.
100.
Absolutely.
He's in a good spot to level up.
All of a
140.
sudden,
Kevin O'Carr,
there's
70.
a little bit of pressure on this 70.
Well, let's remember, last time he got to a final here, Kevin Painter was whitewashed. He was beaten 4-0 by Matt Clark.
50.
We'll be hoping
Andreas
that he doesn't
O'Carr,
suffer the
100.
same fate in the money match tonight.
Is this the break of throw early on in this final? Now, the way
80.
Andreas Harrison darts sit,
Kevin O'Carr,
and dart
20.
3 is a prime example, I think he should have stayed there because of the lie of dart 1.
Getting shot on the second
Painter
leg.
will not be
Kevin Painter.
experiencing the same fate as his last final at the Super Series.
Third leg,
He
Andreas
levels
to
up.
through first. Game on.
Just give himself a little snarl and a come on there from Kev.
60.
Do you reckon he could start an argument in a phone box?
Well, anyone could. It depends who's on the other end of the phone, Phil.
55.
But I know what you mean, Kevin Painter. He's just constantly battling with himself, isn't he?
It's just a show of emotion all over the place, isn't it? But look, I like that from players. I'd prefer to have
140.
players like Kev that show that emotion than a robot.
Yeah, well, it shows he cares, doesn't it? And it needs to be worth the fact that he didn't go down to
95.
Portman Road today. Would usually be there watching Ipswich. Had other business to attend to. They got 3 points. He now needs 3 legs.
140.
The only problem is he's got a super Swede in front of him that at the moment looks so solid on throw that the artist needs to find something.
Consistency wins your groups, doesn't it? But it doesn't
140.
necessarily win your
Andreas
finals
O'Carr,
nights.
161.
May be the case for Andreas Harrison, but we have seen him lift his game at times tonight. He's put in some really good performances.
125.
An absolute sensational setup from the Super Swede to leave 36 after 12.
Get the sense that Kevin Painter is good enough to try and
140.
put together the
Andreas
kind of
O'Carr,
performance he did
36.
at the back end of last night. He had 101 average in his last match.
Game shot on the third leg.
Andreas
Andreas
Harrison is
Harrison.
staying solid, staying strong.
Fourth leg, Kevin to throw first. Game on.
13 dart, hold a throw. The average goes over the 94 mark.
140.
Right now that Kevin Painter just has to, hope's the wrong word, but just needs to get it to perhaps 3-all and then just throw everything he has left in the tank at him.
Yeah, Painter really needing to hit big in response to that maximum now. The artist started his night with a 4-0 win over
100.
Mike Gillett. And that really put him pretty much in the semi-finals. Only needed 1 leg then in his eventual defeat
100.
to Alex Small. He got 3. Good to see Gillett's actually still in the audience watching on.
Yeah, I had a quick chat with him
100.
on route up and down to the balcony, and he went back to that first game and he was like, leg 1 killed me.
85.
Kicking
Kevin
himself.
O'Carr, 161.
Seems a long time ago now, and Kevin Painter and Andreas Harrison haven't looked back. And this is the kind of moment that can win you a final. 136 for Andreas Harrison to
91.
get a really
Andreas
tight grip
O'Carr,
on this game.
136.
It's not going to go, so Kevin Painter will return for the 70.
100. Kevin O'Carr, 70.
Should get 1 dart. May get 2.
Well. It will only be 1, but it might only be at the bullseye. Kevin Painter has got himself into a mess here. Can he get himself out of it? Oh,
45.
so close. But Andreas Harrison's back on that double 18
36.
again, and this time it's to break Painter and move to the brink of a win.
Is this the moment that breaks Kevin Painter's heart? It's going to be 1 more at double
Game
9.
shot on the fourth
And there it
leg.
is, the super
Andreas
Swede,
Harrison.
the fist pump. Andreas Harrison is 3-1 up. And now all of a sudden,
Fifth leg, Andreas to throw first.
it's all unravelling for the artist. The masterpiece
Game
is
on.
not being painted right now.
Yeah, Painter is cracking. And Andreas Harrison is delivering.
140.
Even in a final, even with the trophy on the stage, he just remains rock solid, doesn't he?
$60.
Just turning into a nightmare for Kevin Painter. He hasn't really threatened the Harrison throw. And now he has to win 3 on the spin, 2 of
41.
them on the throw of Harrison. You just feel that it may be a bridge too far.
43.
Well, Painter has had a couple of poor goes in this leg, and Andreas Harrison can just
140.
stick on cruise control and amble towards the destination. And that destination is going to be Champions Week here at the Super Series.
95.
Joining Anton Oslund, who made it just a few weeks ago.
Showing his temperament as well. He's averaging 97 in a final. But you wouldn't
60.
know. It's the same as day 1 in Group A.
$95. Andreas O'Carr, 120.
Will he get a match start here? Shanghai for the title.
Could land one on top of that. Can't quite manage it.
60.
Cuts the score in half. All Painter can do now is pressurise and pray.
Needs another.
140.
Finds it. There is some pressure on this
Andreas
now.
O'Carr, 60.
It's over to you, Andreas Harrison.
2 at tops.
Game shot
And
on the
Andreas
mark.
Harrison
And the champion of the MODUS
is
Super
the
Series.
second Swede
Week 7. Andreas
Champions Week.
Harrison.
At the Super Series, Harrison gets it won, pipping Painter in the final. The artist had a great week, great respect between the pair of them. A 4-1 success for Andreas Harrison. A nice sporting showing from Kevin Painter, who leaves the stage for the second time at the Super Series, a runner-up. But a big win for Andreas Harrison. A 4-1 success, average of 94.37 in the final, but the finishing is what's got him through all week, and the finishing is what won him the final. 4 out of 7, that's 57% on the doubles, and it is a brilliant win for Andreas Harrison. He defeats Kevin Painter in the final. It's a fantastic display, a second Swede for the Super Series Champions Week. It's a 4-1 win for Andreas Harrison.
Andreas Harrison, you just say to me, you're shaking, you just can't quite believe what you've just achieved, but you've just won a weekly title. You're about to pick that cup up. Just sum up how you're feeling right now.
Everything. yes, great.
Just talk through the week, just talk through the night. Have you got any words at the minute? Because I imagine you're just on cloud 9 at the minute.
Yeah, I'm not the guy of talks, but fantastic. Yeah, I love being here. It's fantastic.
But I tell you what,
But doing this is, great.
I tell you what, you let your darts do the talking, Andreas, all week long. You came up with so many clutch finishes, so many big ton plus checkouts. When it mattered, you just managed to find a way this week.
Yeah. I was so lucky in the semifinals. It's great to be with Anton in the finals weeks. Yeah, fantastic. I don't have the words.
How big is this getting in Sweden now? Because Anton obviously became the first Scandinavian player to win a week. You're now going to join him from Sweden through 2 Champions Week in a few weeks' time. How big is this becoming in Sweden? How big a story is this going to become in Sweden?
Yeah, I think it's quite big, yeah. Not so many dart players in Sweden, but I think it's great.
I've got to ask about the shirt because it says on the back of it, "Do I feel lucky?" You're more than lucky. You were excellent this week.
I feel really lucky this week. Many games I feel so really lucky. Get one chance and put it in. Yeah.
And in terms of what you've done in your career, in terms of the things that you've won and some of the things that you've achieved, where is this on that list of things you've done?
I don't know, maybe, but now it's one of the greatest, absolutely. For this moment, it's the greatest.
And just quickly, right, I hear a story that a few friends came down to see you tonight. There they are. I hear that you heard absolutely nothing about this. Some friends that came over, and obviously it's not a short trip over to Portsmouth as well. So, like, that must have been a huge surprise to you. That must have that give you like an extra 5%.
Yeah, walking in and see those guys. Yeah, I love them. Fantastic.
And they love you, and I think they're going to love what you're about to do as well. I'm going to take that microphone off you, Andreas, and I'm going to let you have your moment to step forward and hold that trophy aloft. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner for the week, Dirty Harry himself, Andreas Harrison. And all of his friends taking photos on their smartphones, lapping up this moment. One more, they say. And I don't think we're gonna take the smile off your face. Well, Andreas, I'll let you go and celebrate with a trophy in hand. Ladies and gentlemen, Andreas Harrison. Many congratulations. Thank you so much, Andreas. I'm going to bring Phil Bars in now to talk about what we've seen this evening. Well, he has been, from the first start, the standout player, and so perhaps it's no surprise that he's lifted the trophy tonight.
No, he was favourite for a reason coming into this evening. His Group A campaign was absolutely sensational, only losing 3 games, 45% on the outer ring. But then tonight, he has just been so consistent. It's been incredible. Yes, he dodged a couple of bullets in the semi-final, but they'd have been big bullets because it was on the end of big combinations that, yes, Alex Small created those opportunities, but overall, the best player this week has won, and that doesn't often happen. But look, the Super Swede was nothing short of magnificent.
We've spoken so much about great Swedish players over the years, but are we looking at a new generation of Swedish stars now? Are we looking at Sweden possibly as a new territory to flourish within the sport?
Yeah, not just Sweden, but that whole Scandinavian region, the Nordic and Baltics. We've seen Anton Uzlan go and do great things on the Euro Tour. Andreas here. It's a springboard, and hopefully the other young players in those regions will see what these guys are doing and go, I want a piece of that. I can do that. And then it's another area for darts to flourish, because we see pockets all over the world. Poland, America's on fire at the moment with the CDC. But the more areas we can get playing darts, the better it is for the sport, the better it is for us here at the Super Series. It's just a joy to see.
And if Andreas and Anton, for example, can carry on the form they're doing here, do that on the Euro Tour perhaps on a more consistent basis, could we be saying in maybe 2-3 years' time, Sweden may be on a Euro Tour calendar, for example?
No reason why not, because we've seen there's a market there. And it's all about growing and developing those markets. And if we can get more Scandinavians coming here to the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, that's only going to benefit us. It increases our reach as a product, as a brand. The more eyes we can get on the brand across Europe, across Scandinavia, America, New Zealand, Australia, that benefits darts and us.
And just a word on Kevin Payne. He's going to be bitterly disappointed tonight, isn't he?
Yeah, look, it's never nice to lose in a final, and Kev will be absolutely gutted. But from where he was on Thursday night to getting to the final, there are huge pluses for Kevin, and I'm sure he can take that into the seniors stuff that he's got coming up as well. And look, I'm sure he'll be back here to play as well. But it was just one bridge too far because Andreas's consistency, leg on leg, was just too much to handle.
We've had good fun tonight, haven't we?
It's been a great week, just not tonight. The whole week has been superb, from 9:30 on Monday morning to here now. Loved every single minute of week 7.
Shall we do it again soon?
Monday, yeah?
Yeah, we'll make it a date. Right, do join us Monday morning, 9:30. And what a week we've got for you in week 8, headlined by the likes of the WDF World Champion Neil Dove, Alex Spellman, one of the stars of the CDC Tour. But as far as week 7 is concerned, Dirty Harry was just a little bit more than lucky. He was the sharpest shooter from Sweden. Bye-bye.